Chapter 28:19. A complete defeat. A complete defeat. This was the first time the Eagle God sect had suffered a complete defeat since its appearance on the Myriad Origin Island. Once it was defeated, it would be an irreversible defeat. Once it was defeated, it would be completely destroyed. Unless there was a miracle, but obviously there was no miracle. Death continued to play out again and again in various places. Tell me, why are you looking for Chenzong? The sky-splitting Sword Emperor caught one of the Eagle God generals and immediately interrogated him. I don't know. The Eagle God general howled and was immediately killed by the sky-splitting Sword Emperor. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor caught the second one and continued to interrogate him. Finally, the sky-splitting Sword Emperor caught an injured Eagle God King, defeated him, and captured him for interrogation. Finally, the sky-splitting Sword Emperor forced the truth out of him. Chenzong, you really came back. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor grinned, but his eyes emitted an incomparably cold light, which was extremely terrifying. A terrifying killing intent surged like a tide, vast and mighty. An astonishing sword intent filled the air and soared into the sky, as if it was going to shatter the sky and shatter everything. The unparalleled sharpness seemed to have shot out from an ancient volcano. Chenzong. He must die. Then, where was Chenzong now? Was he hiding in the Trade Wind restaurant? It was possible. Suddenly, the sky-splitting Sword Emperor's eyes widened, and then condensed into a point, emitting an incomparably terrifying cold light. Chenzong. He actually saw Chenzong. Ha 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 ha. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor couldn't help but laugh wildly. What was this? Even the heavens were helping him by allowing Chenzong to appear in front of him. This time you can't escape. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor's murderous intent erupted endlessly. The terrifying sword intent instantly transformed into a shocking sword light that seemed to tear the heavens and the earth apart. It directly shot towards Chenzong, tearing the space apart. Chenzong must die, not only for revenge, but also to prevent future troubles. Chenzong's speed of growth terrified the sky-splitting Sword Emperor. He was afraid that if he didn't kill Chenzong now, he wouldn't be able to kill Chenzong after a while. He might even be killed by Chenzong instead. The shocking killing intent swept across the sky. Chenzong was startled. The killing intent was so strong, and it felt a little familiar. He turned around and saw the sky-splitting Sword Emperor. Without the slightest hesitation, Chenzong immediately swept up a sword light and quickly fled. Was he afraid? No, but Chenzong didn't want to fight with the sky-splitting Sword Emperor here. If other experts from the Wanren sect came, they would definitely help the sky-splitting Sword Emperor, not him. As for the experts from the Trade Wind restaurant, it might be possible, but he shouldn't be so lucky. The only thing he could truly trust was his own strength, and nothing else. Then, he should leave now and find a more remote place where he wouldn't be easily disturbed. Then, he could kill the sky-splitting Sword Emperor. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor was a top Imperial Realm expert. He couldn't be compared to the two Eagle God Pontiffs he had killed earlier. However, Chenzong still had a trump card. At least, he had the power of the sword mark from the Taihao Sword Saint, which gave Chenzong great confidence. The power of the Way of the Sword was even stronger than the original power of the Way of the Sword given to him by the Tianguang Peak Lord. Chenzong was extremely fast, and there was quite a distance between him and the sky-splitting Sword Emperor. Since he had escaped in time, the sky-splitting Sword Emperor couldn't catch up with him. However, the sky-splitting Sword Emperor was a top Imperial Realm expert after all. His strength was terrifying, and his speed was also extremely fast. He was closing in on Chenzong at an astonishing speed. Chenzong flew towards a place with fewer people, which was getting more and more remote. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor had an idea. He actually slowed down a little. He didn't chase after Chenzong immediately. Instead, he kept chasing after him, but he didn't close in on him directly. Instead, He released his sword intent and kept attacking Chunzong, bringing great pressure to Chunzong. He also realized that if he killed Chunzong here, it would be very dangerous if the master of the Trustwind Tower saw it. The master of the Wanren sect wasn't here, so he couldn't stop the master of the Trustwind Tower. Therefore, it was undoubtedly better to go to a place with fewer people. Revenge had to be taken, and future troubles had to be eliminated. However, it was also very important to reduce his own danger. Many people were chasing after the remaining members of the Eagle God sect, so they didn't pay attention to Chunzong and the sky-splitting Sword Emperor's actions. They also didn't expect that the person who was constantly running away was Chunzong. Relying on his astonishing speed, Chunzong finally arrived at a very remote place and directly stopped. The Fiend God Sword Codex was still circulating unceasingly. Just now when he was flying, Chunzong actually did not use up much of his strength. Or rather, Chunzong's strength was indeed used up, but with the help of the Fiend God Sword Codex, he quickly recovered and was at his peak. His powerful essence, energy, and spirit were comparable to that of a sixth realm martial emperor. This allowed Chunzong to circulate the technique more efficiently, and he could also maintain his peak state at all times. Run, you can continue to run. This time, I'll see where you can run to. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor saw that Chunzong had actually stopped and was rapidly approaching him. He grinned maliciously, and his monstrous killing intent surged like a raging tide, engulfing everything. It was extremely terrifying. All grudges are settled today, Chunzong said unhurriedly. Chunzong said slowly. His eyes became sharper and sharper, and his sword will continued to rise. It shot into the sky as if it was going to break through the limits and break through the 9 heavens, directly approaching the 6th level. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Such a powerful sword will. How could there be such a powerful sword will? This sword will was almost at the martial emperor level. It was terrifying. What a monstrous swordsman! If he didn't kill him now, when would he? In an instant, the sky-splitting Sword Emperor unsheathed his sword. The sword light was extremely blazing, as if tens of thousands of rays of light were blooming. It then condensed into one, the most dazzling, the most incisive, and the most domineering. It directly slashed through the air. With a ripping sound, the sky was directly torn apart like a piece of cloth. Terrifying spatial cracks spread rapidly and shot towards Chunzong like lightning. Horrifying! In just an instant, Chunzong felt his hair stand on end. He couldn't resist this sword with his own strength. Previously, when he fought with the heavily injured martial emperor, Chunzong knew that he couldn't resist a martial emperor at his peak state, at least not now. Explode! Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately exploded with the power of the origin of swordsmanship. The tyrannical power flowed through his body and surged endlessly. It directly pushed Chunzong's sword will to temporarily break through the limit and reach the 6th realm. Astonishing sword chi raged in all directions, sweeping across the sky. It was extremely powerful. When the sword was unsheathed, the sword light shot out like an aurora and lightning. The heavenly light shattering stars under the power of the origin of swordsmanship was extremely powerful. End the battle quickly. Chunzong wanted to end the battle quickly. After all, he only had 6 drops of the power of the origin of swordsmanship. No, there were only 5 drops left, and they would be used up soon. If he couldn't end the battle quickly, he could only use a killing move like the Heavenly Light sword drawing technique at a critical moment. Otherwise, he might return empty-handed. In short, the sky-splitting Sword Emperor was incomparable to the 2 Emperor-level martial emperors he had killed before. He couldn't let his guard down at all. Of course, it would be best if he didn't have to use the power of the sword mark left by Sword Saint Taihao. However, when it was time to use it, Chunzong wouldn't be reluctant to use it. He would use it when it was needed and make the best use of it. Child's play. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor was shocked, but then he revealed a ferocious expression. Immediately, he raised his sword and the terrifying sky-splitting sword essence erupted to the extreme. He slashed out again, and the shocking sword light tore through the sky. The pitch-black space cracks spread rapidly like demons. That kind of aura could destroy everything. Divine swordsmanship. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor directly used the divine swordsmanship, intending to kill Chen Zong directly. Similarly, he wanted to end the battle quickly to avoid any accident. Horrifying. Chen Zong's sword light was shattered, and the terrifying sky-splitting sword technique arrived in an instant. Chen Zong's hair stood on end, and an extremely strong sense of danger erupted from the depths of his body. It swept over and was about to engulf him. Without hesitation, Chen Zong also unleashed the heavenly light sword drawing technique, because he couldn't dodge it. Since he couldn't dodge it, he could only fight it with his divine skill. The extremely powerful sword light tore through the sky and arrived in an instant. The two sword lights collided in an instant. After a slight pause, Chen Zong immediately felt that the opponent's sword light was tyrannical and fierce. It destroyed his sword light and continued to slash at him. Heavenly light sword drawing technique? Lone Swallow returns. An even more tyrannical sword strike was unleashed. It collided with the sky-splitting Sword Emperor's sword light and was shattered again. After all, the sky-splitting Sword Emperor was a top Sword Emperor realm expert. He was very powerful, and he even used 100% of his strength to display the divine swordsmanship. Its power was extremely terrifying. Although Chen Zong could truly display the power of the drop of sword principal origin, it was only at the level of an ordinary Emperor realm expert. After using the heavenly light sword drawing technique, Chen Zong also felt that the drop of sword principal origin was almost completely exhausted. There were only 5 drops of sword principal origin left. Chen Zong knew very well that even if he used all of them, he couldn't do anything to the sky-splitting Sword Emperor. After all, the sky-splitting Sword Emperor was a top Emperor realm expert. He was too powerful and couldn't be compared to him. The gap between an ordinary Emperor realm expert and a top Emperor realm expert was definitely greater than the gap between an ordinary King realm expert and a top King realm expert. Chen Zong knew that he had to use his last resort. The power of the sword mark left by the Taihao Sword Saint. In an instant, Chen Zong immediately activated the power of the sword mark. The space between Chen Zong's eyebrows seemed to be split open. A golden-red sword mark appeared, releasing an astonishing light. His sword intent was once again raised to an even more powerful level. Chen Zong felt that he was about to explode. That kind of power was too powerful. Even if he had the wholehearted returning realm to control it, he still felt that he couldn't control it. He had to release it as soon as possible. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be hurt. Without hesitation, Chen Zong used the heavenly light sword drawing technique again. The heavenly light sword drawing technique, which was displayed with the power of the Taihao Sword Saint's sword mark, was suddenly more than 10 times more powerful than before. The sword light that burst out at that moment was extremely intense. It seemed to illuminate the world. Only the light was shining. Everything else was dark. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor only felt that the world suddenly turned dark. In an instant, another extreme light lit up. It was blazing to the extreme. That light was invincible. Burst out. Completely burst out. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor used all of his strength to release the most powerful sword strike. He wanted to compete with the divine light of absolute beginning that broke through the darkness. Chapter 28:20. Sky light, clouds, and darkness retreated. 2 figures stood in the sky, motionless. Chen Zong's breathing quickened. His face was pale, and his forehead was dripping with sweat. Using the power of the sword mark left by the Taihao Sword Saint was too much of a burden on him. The burden was so great because Chernzong wanted to control the power of the sword mark and unleash its full potential. If he didn't do so, he wouldn't be able to unleash the full potential of the power of the sword mark. Naturally, there wouldn't be such a huge burden on him. The might of the heavenly light sword drawing technique, which was executed with the power of the sword mark, was more than 10 times more powerful. Because the sword light was too blazing, a strong contrast appeared in the surroundings, and it was as if everything had fallen into darkness. The sky-splitting sword emperor opened his mouth with difficulty. He wanted to say something, but Chernzong didn't give him any chance. With a flash of sword light, he closed in on the sky-splitting sword emperor and pierced his heart. At the same time, the power of the black mark and the mysterious seed was activated. Devour. Absorb. I was the one who killed your disciples, Yi Futian said coldly. Chernzong's voice was like a sharp sword that pierced into the sky-splitting sword emperor's heart. The sky-splitting sword emperor's eyes suddenly widened. He was shocked and resentful to the extreme. However, there was no chance. He had no chance to fight back. His spiritual soul had been absorbed by the black mark and was being dragged out. His vitality was being devoured by the mysterious seed. The mysterious seed was like a black hole that was devouring the sky-splitting sword emperor's vitality. No matter who he was, it would devour him first. I hate. The sky-splitting sword emperor let out a final wail, but he was powerless. The sword chi surged and directly shattered the sky-splitting sword emperor's body into powder. He destroyed the corpse and quickly took away the sky-splitting sword emperor's storage device and the sky-splitting divine sword. These were all spoils of war. Although this battle was not seen by others and he did not stand out, it was the best for Chernzong. Being in the limelight was just an empty reputation. Killing the enemy was a real way to reduce unnecessary threat. If someone saw this scene, Chernzong would become the focus of attention and cause a great shock, but it would also cause more trouble, which wasn't what Chernzong wanted. At the end of the day, he was only at the 5th realm. Even though he had killed 3 6th realm emperors in a row, it was only because of the power of the origin of the sword way and the power of the Taihao sword saint's sword mark. It was not his true strength. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. After killing the sky-splitting sword emperor, Chernzong also heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed from the bottom of his heart. As for whether the sky-splitting sword emperor's death would have any impact, that was the aftermath. It was very likely that the Eagle God cult would take the blame. After all, the people of the Alliance of 10,000 Yuan were all hunting down the Eagle God cult. It was normal for the sky-splitting sword emperor to be dragged down by the Eagle God cult before he died. Unfortunately, although the sky-splitting sword emperor's sword was an origin weapon, it had been nurtured by the sky-splitting sword emperor for countless years. It was only suitable for the sky-splitting sword intent and had little effect on other sword intents and origin of the sword way. When Chernzong returned to the Trade Wind Tower, the master of the Trade Wind Tower had also returned. Seeing Chernzong safe and sound, the master of the Trade Wind Tower immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, he had told Chernzong to stay in the Trade Wind Tower. He never thought that he would not be able to find Chernzong when he returned, nor did he know where Chernzong had gone. Chernzong did not hide anything and gave a general account of his actions. I see. The master of the Trade Wind Tower came to a realization. As it turned out, Chernzong had destroyed the Falcon God statue, causing the Falcon God disciples to lose the support of their God force. As their strength decreased, they also felt like they had been abandoned. Everyone panicked and their morale plummeted. They went from attacking in high spirits to fleeing in panic. This was all thanks to Chernzong. It was Chernzong who had taken drastic measures to destroy the Falcon God's statue. It had to be said that Chernzong's actions had been very noble. However, it was not appropriate for this matter to be publicized. After all, the Falcon God sect had attacked for Chernzong, and the master of the trade wind tower had clearly stated that Chen Zong was no longer in the trade wind tower. If this matter was publicized now, it would lead to unnecessary trouble. In particular, the sky-splitting sword emperor of the Myriad Wall sect wanted to kill Chen Zong at all times. Chen Zong did not tell the master of the sky-splitting sword emperor's death. This was a secret that only he knew. Chen Zong did not intend to tell anyone else. It was best to let it rot in his stomach. The Falcon God sect had suffered heavy losses this time. More than half of its members had died. One of the 3 great Emperor-level Falcon God venerables had died, while the other 2 were seriously injured. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult for them to recover from such injuries without at least 100 years of rest. In other words, the Myriad Origin Island would return to its former state. Although there would still be competition, it would be relatively peaceful. At the very least, the death of the sky-splitting sword emperor of the Myriad Wall sect meant that the sky-splitting sword palace existed in name only. The overall strength of the Myriad Wall sect had also been greatly affected. In addition, the Myriad Origin Alliance had also suffered heavy losses in the confrontation with the Falcon God sect. Following this, the various forces on the Myriad Origin Island would have to rest and recuperate to avoid conflict. In this way, Yunyenshin should be safe in the Trade Wind Tower under the protection of the Master of the Trade Wind Tower. Only then could Chen Zong leave with peace of mind and return to the Taihao Mountain. He would then ask the experts of the Taihao Mountain to come and take Yunyenshin away. Chen Zong was also very clear that he was only at the 5th level and did not have a high status in the Taihao Mountain. Therefore, if he wanted to ask the experts to take Yunyenshin away, he would need to show more ability. Prove himself. How could he prove himself? Challenging the God King list was one of the ways. In the Trade Wind Tower, Chen Zong directly issued a challenge to the God King list. Previously, Chen Zong was on the Divine General list and the Divine Lord list, so he had the right to issue a challenge directly. The will of the universe would inform the other party. There were only 3,333 places on the God King list, which was even fewer than the Divine General list and the Divine Lord list. It was more difficult to be listed on the God King list. Chen Zong was confident that his current strength was enough to be listed on the God King list. However, he did not have a clear idea of how powerful the experts on the God King list were. All in all, at least every expert on the God King list had a top-grade Dao weapon and cultivated the Great Way to the pregnant Dao spirit realm. All of them had mastered Sun-class unique skills. Their strength and means were extraordinary. Therefore, his first target was the 3,000th place on the God King list. It didn't take long for Chen Zong to enter the God King list and face his opponent. Peerless Sword Master Chen Zong. After more than 100 years, he has indeed reached the 5th level. It has only been a little more than 100 years, and he wants to challenge the God King list? Isn't it too hasty? He is too hasty. Many people talked about it. Geniuses are geniuses because they can't be judged by common sense. Peerless Sword Master broke through as the number 1 on the Divine Lord list, and he was blessed by the will of the universe. It is said that when he broke through, the godly power of the universe was overwhelming. After he broke through, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. With more than 100 years of hard work, his strength would increase to a shocking level. Someone refuted. Both sides had their reasons, but who was in the right? It was very simple. One battle was all that was needed to determine the outcome. Fight. Chen Zong drew out his sword and pierced through the air. When he used the Heart Sword art, it had the power of a top-grade Sun-class unique skill. As soon as he attacked, the masters on the God King list were startled. What is this sword art? The power of this sword art is too terrifying. All the masters on the God King list were stunned. How come the power of this sword art is so terrifying? It is a Sun-class unique skill, and it seems to be more powerful than low-grade Sun-class unique skills, and even mid-grade Sun-class unique skills. It is shocking. A top-grade Sun-class unique skill. How is this possible? This is impossible. If it appeared in the hands of a Sword Emperor who was at the 6th level, it would be understandable. After all, their true skills were godly spells. However, even many Sword Emperors might not be able to master a top-grade Sun-class unique skill. It was shocking that a Sword Emperor at the 5th level could master it. Under the control of the Pure Heart Realm, all the energy in Chen Zong's body was condensed, and he was able to unleash all of it. As soon as Chen Zong used his sword art, he suppressed his opponent and defeated him. After defeating his opponent, Chen Zong's name appeared on the God King list again. He was now ranked 3000th. Too fast! This sword art is too terrifying. He won so easily. The talent of Sword Emperor Peerless is too shocking. All the spectators on the God King list were shocked. Chen Zong had won easily. He had only used his swordsmanship. Chen Zong had won after using his superb and mysterious swordsmanship. As for the other party, before he could even display his true strength, he was completely suppressed by Chen Zong and then killed. Aggrieved. They were extremely aggrieved. Even so, they understood the gap between them. It was true that they didn't use their full strength. However, it wasn't that they didn't want to, but they couldn't because they were suppressed by their opponent's sword art. The gap between them was huge. Chen Zong was surprised as well. He didn't expect that his strength could get him onto the God King list, and it seemed like he could get a good ranking on it. Without hesitation, Chen Zong directly challenged the person who was ranked 2000th on the God King list. The strength of the person who was ranked 2000th wasn't something that the person who was ranked 3000th could compare with. Chen Zong used his Heart Sword technique and World Sword technique, but he still couldn't do anything to his opponent. So, let's fight with all our strength. The Silver Sword body was fully activated, and the power of the Sea-Splitting Sword spirit was raised to the extreme. He also used his unique sword art. Defeated. Chen Zong defeated the expert who was ranked 2000th on the God King list and successfully replaced him. He continued to challenge the 1000th. After a fierce battle, Chen Zong defeated his opponent and replaced him. It's time to go. Chen Zongdong didn't plan to continue after he was ranked 1000th on the Divine King list. Although he could continue to improve his ranking, he decided to stop for the time being. Even if he could continue to improve, he wouldn't be able to make it into the top 100. Of course, if Chen Zongdong used Sword Wei divine spells, there would be hope. However, Chen Zong still hoped to be in the top 100 without using his sword principal divine skill. Chapter 28-21. The universe was vast and boundless. A beam of sword light rose from the corner of the Wanyuan Island. In a place where no one could see, it instantly escaped into the universe. Its speed was amazing, more than 10 times faster than that of an ordinary Fifth Realm expert. When the sword light flew out 10,000 meters, it suddenly shook and disappeared, as if it had escaped into the void. When it reappeared, it was already 100,000 meters away. This sword light was transformed by Chen Zong. The technique of escaping into the void was also a technique that Chen Zong had comprehended from the original flying boat in the void. Combined with his own space dao, it was very suitable for traveling alone. Unfortunately, the space in the universe was much stronger than the void. Even with Chen Zong's attainments in the space dao, he could only travel a distance of 100,000 meters after accumulating energy. Otherwise, he would be in danger of falling into the space mezzanine, which was full of fierce demons of the universe and even terrifying dark demons of the universe. Even if it was 100,000 meters, Chen Zong could still greatly increase his speed and shorten the time to return to Mount Taihao. He could not use the method of escaping into the space crack when he was chased by the sky-splitting Sword Emperor. He could only use it when there was no way out. If he used it normally, who knew if he would be unlucky and really die in the space crack? Even if he did not die, it was very likely that he would drift to an unknown place, or even enter a dangerous and forbidden area of the universe. In short, it was full of uncertainty. It was almost impossible to repeat the last miracle. Chernzong would not gamble on his luck. It was hard to say. It was sometimes good and sometimes bad. Chernzong continued on his way. Thankfully, he was constantly cultivating the Divine Demon Sword Codex. It was constantly circulating, absorbing the universe's essence energy to replenish his energy consumption and maintain a balance. This allowed Chernzong's cultivation base to remain at its peak, allowing him to calmly face any dangers that might appear. The Heart Sutra broke the limit and reached the realm of heart, returning to nature. Chernzong did not lose the Heart Sutra's ability to activate multiple intents at the same time, but it was different. In short, he had improved more than before. Under the realm of heart returning to nature, each intent was more condensed and could reach the essence when comprehending. Now, Chernzong's mind power had greatly increased. In addition, the recovery speed of his mind power had also greatly increased. He could already activate 90 intents at the same time. The consumption of his mind power and the recovery speed were exactly the same. In other words, if Chernzong actively activated 100 intents at the same time, he could persist for a very long time. However, 100 intents at the same time could not be compared to the realm of heart returning to nature. Under the state of 90 intents at the same time, Chernzong's consciousness was divided into 90 independent parts. Each part was complete and they could be connected with each other. Chernzong could use 90 intents to comprehend a certain profound mystery at the same time, analyzing it from 90 different angles. He could also comprehend 90 different profound mysteries at the same time and apply them as he wished. Under such circumstances, his comprehension efficiency was amazing. Swordsmanship, unique skills, divine skills, great ways, and so on were accumulating and strengthening bit by bit. Chernzong seemed to be improving every moment. Of course, in a certain realm, the more one improved, the more powerful one became. The more powerful one was, the more difficult it was to improve. Moreover, there was a limit. If one could not break the limit, it would be useless no matter how many intents one had. However, Chernzong had not yet reached the limit of the fifth realm. He could still continue to improve. However, because he was constantly approaching the limit, the speed of improvement began to slow down. With the help of the Heart Sutra, Chernzong's improvement was terrifying compared to other fifth realms. The universe was vast. When one first saw it, it would bring an unparalleled sense of shock. It would madly impact one's mind, and make one lose control of himself. One would be amazed by the vastness and magnificence of the universe. However, after seeing it for a long time, one would gradually feel bland and eventually feel that it was nothing. For example, those experts had seen the universe countless times. In their eyes, it was just a scenery. It was like the place where they lived, the tables and chairs, the walls, or the paintings hanging on the walls. Time continued to pass. This time, there were no accidents. Chernzong could only rely on his own ability to hurry. It was really difficult to reach Taihao Mountain from Wanyuan Island without more than 100 years. If Chernzong did not want to find the senior experts of Taihao Mountain to take away Yunyenshin, it would not matter. Anyway, even if he was hurrying, he would not stop cultivating. He could continue to cultivate and improve himself. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, there seemed to be no concept of the passage of time. The further he went, the more blurred it became. Chernzong also forgot how much time had passed. In short, he had never stopped and had been hurrying. During this period, he had also encountered some dangers, but he had relied on his superb strength to get through them. Powerful strength was the guarantee and prerequisite of everything. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Chernzong was still hurrying. After 10 years of continuous travel and using void travel from time to time, Chernzong was already very far away from Wanyuan Island. In front of him was a belt of planets, densely packed with hundreds and thousands of planets. At first glance, it was very shocking, but in fact, the distance between each planet was very far. They were spread out widely, covering all directions. When Chernzong entered, he felt that it seemed to be filled with a force field. It was a strange force field. Under this force field, the strength of the space was increased by more than 10 times. I can't travel. When Chernzong wanted to use void travel to speed up his journey, he found that the strength of the space here was amazing. He wanted to travel, but he could not do it. It was like a piece of steel. This made Chernzong very surprised. Chernzong also found that there were other cultivators here. They seemed to be looking for something on those planets. Some were mining ores and so on. The strength of the space here exceeded that of other places and the amazing force field. This meant that this place was extraordinary. Maybe there really was a treasure here that caused such a situation. Chernzong could not help but be a little excited. Could it be a space-type treasure? If so, he would be able to find it. Wouldn't he be rich? After thinking about it, Chernzong rationally restrained his impulse. If there really was a treasure, it would have been discovered by other cultivators after so many years. In that case, he would just try his luck. It would be great if he could find it, but it would not be a pity if he did not. The most important thing now was to pass through this planetary belt and go to Taihao Mountain. Everything was up to fate. Very suddenly, Chernzong's heart trembled. The pure will seemed to be warning him. It gave Chernzong a strange feeling, as if something terrible was about to appear in this planetary belt. Retreat. Without the slightest hesitation, Chernzong chose to retreat. It had not been long since he entered the planetary belt, so it was easier to retreat than to pass through it. Moreover, Chernzong's warning told him that the source of the fluctuation was in the center of the planetary belt. Just as Chernzong retreated, an extremely strong fluctuation exploded in an instant from the center of the planetary belt. It rushed in all directions and turned into layers of violent ripples, crazily sweeping across like a raging tide. Crack! Under the impact of the ripples, cracks appeared on the planets one after another. The cracks spread at an astonishing speed, becoming denser and denser, and then shattered. Chernzong was extremely shocked. Each planet was at least dozens of miles in size, and the largest was hundreds of miles in size. It was very shocking, but under the sweep of that force, they directly shattered and shattered. It was extremely terrifying. Chernzong retreated in a timely manner. He even did not hesitate to burst out a drop of Sword Dao origin power, causing his speed to increase explosively in an instant, and he retreated at an even faster speed. However, the other cultivators who were still inside were not so lucky. In the face of this terrifying force that could shatter planets, the king-level cultivators could not withstand it at all. In an instant, their resistance was defeated, and their bodies turned into ashes in an instant. They were completely destroyed. As for the 6th realm emperor-level cultivators, they had enough strength to withstand such an impact, but they did not dare to continue to do so. Instead, they all exploded with extreme speed and used various methods to quickly retreat, wanting to get away as quickly as possible. No one knew what was going on. Why did it suddenly become like this after so many years of living in peace? What exactly happened? In the next moment, everyone was stunned. They all stopped breathing, almost suffocating. Their eyes were wide open, and their eyeballs were about to pop out. Chernzong was no exception. Suffocation. They were shocked to the point of suffocation. What was that? An indescribably huge black shadow gradually appeared in the void at the center of the planet belt. As the huge shadow appeared, the planets that were hundreds of kilometers in size also collapsed and turned into dust. As soon as the huge shadow appeared, the planets that were hundreds of kilometers in size around it were as small as dust particles. This feeling was simply terrifying to the extreme. And a cultivator like Chen Zong was also as small as dust particles in front of the planets that were hundreds of kilometers in size. How could he compare with that huge shadow? Appear. Finally, the huge shadow appeared. Chen Zong kept retreating. He had to continuously burst out 2 drops of Sword Dao origin power in order to leave the planet belt. However, he did not stop at all. Instead, he continued to retreat. The farther he was, the safer it would be. The further back he retreated, the more Chen Zong could see the huge shadow that was gradually appearing. It was as if it had emerged from the endless deep sea. The aura it exuded was extremely powerful and domineering. Yes, domineering. Only domineering, the ultimate domineering. It was a domineering that could crush all things, the universe, and even time and space. The impact was indescribable. Even though Chen Zong's mind was strong, he could not help but be shaken. Now, he could only see a part of the huge shadow. It was like the tip of the iceberg, and he could not see the whole picture. Firstly, it was because the huge shadow had not completely appeared. Secondly, it was because the huge shadow was so huge that Chen Zong could not see it even though he was far away. He could only continue to retreat. Chapter 28-22. Humongous. Unparalleled humongous. Unprecedented and indescribable humongousness. Chen Zong was already far away from the planetary belt. He could finally see the outline of the humongous figure in the planetary belt. The figure gradually emerged from the water and became clearer. As it appeared, the extremely domineering and terrifying aura became even more powerful. Countless spatial ripples swept out like tidal waves, engulfing the entire planetary belt. Within the planetary belt, there were over 1,000 planets, ranging from a few dozen miles to a few hundred miles in size. They were scattered all around, forming a unique region. At this moment, countless tide-like spatial ripples were wreaking havoc, and the planets were constantly spreading out from the center, shattering and turning into dust. Such a scene was extremely rare and impactful. It was too terrifying and shocking. It was the first time Chen Zong had seen such destruction. Not to mention himself, even experts like the sky-splitting Sword Emperor could not do such a thing. No, even Emperor-level experts could not do such a large-scale destruction. Even from a distance, Chen Zong could clearly feel the tidal ripple's power. It was extremely terrifying, and he had a feeling that he would be turned into ashes. This aura was extremely familiar to Chen Zong. It was the fluctuation of the Tao of space. In an instant, Chen Zong's comprehension of the Tao of space seemed to have improved under the circulation of the Heart Sutra. The Space Tao spirit in the Space Tao Palace also constantly absorbed the vibrating Space Tao rhymes from the outside world, constantly improving and condensing itself. Now, the 5 great Taos that Chen Zong had mastered had all been raised to the level of pregnant Tao spirit, which was equivalent to the perfected great Tao realm. However, the pregnant Tao spirit realm itself was divided into different levels. If it was divided into initiation, initial success, large success, and perfection, Chen Zong's 5 Tao spirits were all at initial success. The improvement of the pregnant Tao spirit was much more difficult than before. After so many years, the improvement from small success to large success was not great. But now, Chen Zong felt that his Space Tao spirit was wantonly absorbing the Space Tao rhymes from the outside world, constantly condensing itself. Its speed of comprehension was more than 3 times faster than usual. What a good opportunity! Chen Zong's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to comprehend and absorb it. He did his best to improve his spatial Tao spirit and increase the power of his spatial Tao. At the same time, Chen Zong did not forget anything else. He stared at the terrifying figure that was emitting an overbearing aura. Too big, too big. In front of that figure, the stars were very small, like toys. Chen Zong's heart was greatly shocked. That figure overlapped with the figure on a pattern he had seen before. It was exactly the same. Tide Dragon. Chen Zong softly spat out these two words. His murmur was unable to conceal the shock and passion in his heart. In Sword Sharpening Mountain, Chen Zong had obtained the inheritance of the Night Dragon sword art, which included various introductions of the Night Dragon sword art. It was mentioned in the sword art that the ancestors of Sword Sharpening Mountain were inspired by the Night Dragon sword art when they observed the cosmic beast. It took them 1,000 years to create and perfect it. It was a sword art of the Tao of space. The Night Dragon was known as the most overbearing behemoth in the universe. Chen Zong knew very well that his Night Dragon sword art had not really been developed to the extreme. It was only because he had created the Heart Sword art and the World Sword art. These two sword arts had infinite potential and could be continuously integrated with other sword art. The essence of the sword art was constantly improving. Therefore, Chen Zong did not put too much effort into the Night Dragon sword art and other sword art. He only needed to grasp the mystery, extract the essence, and integrate it into his own sword art. It was best if it was suitable for him. The creator of the Night Dragon sword art was the most suitable person for this sword art. Chen Zong also planned to integrate the Heart Sword art and the World Sword art into an even more superior sword art. However, the two sword arts were completely different. It was too difficult to integrate them. He had no clue so far, but Chen Zong would not be discouraged, nor would he give up. Chen Zong was extremely excited because this was the first time Chen Zong saw the true face of the Night Dragon, known as the most overbearing behemoth in the universe. Its enormous head was like a combination of a tortoise and a snake. There was an indescribable simplicity to it. Its upper body was extremely strong and frighteningly huge. It had two huge arms with bulging muscles that contained extreme power. Its back seemed to be carrying countless mountains, and it was also like a carapace that protected the back of the Night Dragon. It was extremely majestic. Its lower body was different. It looked like a tail, like a snake's tail, but at the end it looked like a fish's tail. Its appearance was strange, but it looked very harmonious. Extremely astonishing fluctuations of the space Tao constantly spread out from the body of the behemoth, forming layers of ripples that rose and fell like tide. They wandered and surged around the Night Dragon's huge body. A roar suddenly sounded from the Night Dragon's open mouth. It turned into layers of terrifying sound waves that rushed out like a turbulent sea. Shatter. Under that roar, Chen Zong couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock because the space in front of the Tide Dragon had directly shattered. It had completely shattered and turned into an incomparably large expanse of darkness that spread out and devoured everything. A mere roar had caused such terrifying destruction. Chen Zong did not know how to describe it anymore. As for the other cultivators, they could not see this scene at all because as the Tide Dragon truly appeared, they could not withstand the impact of the spatial tide at all. This was the case even for cultivators at the 6th level. They were all reduced to ashes one by one. The Night Dragon did not seem to have discovered Chen Zong. Perhaps it had discovered Chen Zong, but it ignored him. After all, in its eyes, Chen Zong was no different from dust. Afterwards, the Night Dragon swung its huge tail, sweeping up vast tides like waves. They surged endlessly, all of them containing the power of space. Afterwards, the terrifying might of space erupted, instantly enveloping the surrounding several million kilometers. Chen Zong only felt an unfathomable power sweep through the air. Everything was locked down, including Chen Zong. He was immediately immobilized. Even as Chen Zong constantly erupted with power, he found it difficult to break free. In the next moment, the arms of the Night Tide Dragon suddenly reached forward, and the space that had just closed was ripped apart like a piece of cloth. In a single moment, a shocking spatial crack several 100,000 kilometers long was ripped open. Terrifying forces swept out, wreaking havoc like a storm, tearing everything to pieces. Chen Zong saw that countless spatial turbulences had formed into astonishing sharp blades, madly rushing out. The spatial power that could crush a mountain in an instant fell on the enormous body of the Tide Dragon, but it only produced a few sparks. It simply didn't make any difference. It could not truly damage the Night Dragon's tyrannical body. The physique of an cosmic beast was already extremely tyrannical. As the most tyrannical cosmic beast, the Night Dragon was even more indescribably tyrannical. What's more, this was an adult cosmic beast. Tearing open a spatial fissure that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles, the Tide Dragon's enormous body shook and swept up an endless terrifying spatial tide that could shatter everything. The spatial tide madly slammed into the surrounding void, as if it could destroy everything. Bursts of extremely violent roars rang out, and then the Tide Dragon plunged into the huge spatial fissure. It was an extremely domineering stance, but it also carried with it an indescribable elegance. Every muscle and every inch of skin seemed to interpret the perfect application of strength. That kind of turbulence was like a tidal wave, one after another, surging without end, as if it was pushing forward endlessly. As the Tide Dragon's tail gently swayed one last time, its colossal body completely disappeared into the huge spatial fissure. Chen Zong immediately sensed that the several million kilometers of spatial imprisonment had disappeared. The spatial crack hundreds of thousands of kilometers long was disappearing at an astonishing speed, but because it was so huge, it would take dozens of breaths for it to completely disappear. The astonishing power of space fluctuated wildly. Chen Zong took advantage of this opportunity to constantly absorb it, and at the same time, he increased his speed and approached the spatial crack. The closer he got, the stronger the power of space became, and the faster the absorption of the space principle spirit became. Of course, Chen Zong would also maintain a certain distance to ensure his own safety. When the spatial crack hundreds of thousands of kilometers long was completely healed, the extremely strong power of space also rapidly subsided. At the same time, Chen Zong felt that the space principle spirit in his space principle palace also shook and broke through the limit. It broke through from the minor achievement to the greater achievement, becoming the first Tao spirit that Chen Zong had reached the greater achievement. The other four Tao spirits were still at the minor achievement level. It was certainly a good thing that the space principle spirit had broken through to the greater achievement level, but Chen Zong was somewhat absent-minded because the impact of the scene just now was too strong. It had directly impacted his mind and left an indelible impression, like a brand engraved in the bottom of his heart. The huge body, every muscle, every inch of skin, and the overbearing and extremely beautiful lines were all clearly presented in Chen Zong's mind. Pondering, an astonishingly domineering aura was constantly attacking Chen Zong's mind. Unknowingly, Chen Zong's understanding of the Night Dragon's sword technique deepened and advanced by leaps and bounds. There was no limit to swordsmanship. This was not a joke. It meant that swordsmanship could be improved without limit, constantly perfected, and become more powerful. However, there was also a limit to swordsmanship, and this limit was the limit of different people. There was no limit to swordsmanship, and there was a limit to swordsmanship. Human strength is limited, but Tao is limitless. Chen Zong did not know where his limit was, but now, he could continue to improve and improve continuously. Seeing the appearance of the Night Dragon with his own eyes and seeing it tear through the universe space and disappear, the shock that Chen Zong brought was direct to his heart. At this moment, Chen Zong was completely immersed in a wonderful state. As he continued to deepen his understanding of the Night Dragon sword technique, the mysteries of the sword principle also emerged passively. At the same time, the mysteries of the space principle were also constantly comprehended and dissected by Chen Zong. After an unknown period of time, Chen Zong suddenly sobered up and a burst of sword essence soared into the sky, breaking the limit. Chapter 28-23. The sword intent soared into the sky and broke through the sky. Under the shocking sword intent, the void of the universe seemed to tremble as if it was about to break apart. Fine ripples appeared directly. After withdrawing the sword intent, Chen Zong couldn't help but show joy on his face. He broke through. His sword intent broke through. Originally, his sword intent had already reached the peak of the fifth realm and was at the limit of the fifth realm. He was only a thin layer away from the sixth realm. However, the gap between the fifth realm and the sixth realm was extremely large. It was a qualitative change. It was extremely difficult to break through. Generally, cultivators would break through their cultivation first, and then make breakthroughs in other aspects. However, Chen Zong was the opposite. His cultivation was still at the fifth level, but his sword intent broke through to the sixth level first. The reason why he could break through was that Chen Zong had used the origin power of Sword Dao many times before, which caused his sword intent to temporarily break through to the sixth level several times. This left a mark in his heart. The second reason was the most important one. It was the Tidal Dragon sword technique. Witnessing Tidal Dragon's peerless and domineering body that traversed the universe gave Chen Zong an indescribable feeling. That domineering spirit made Chen Zong's attainments in the Tidal Dragon sword technique improve by leaps and bounds, and then it affected the sword intent of the world sword technique, causing the sword intent to break through the limit and the sword intent of the heart swordsmanship to break through as well. None of these points could be missing. After his sword intent broke through to the sixth level, Chen Zong's strength improved a lot, and the sword intent of the world sword technique also broke through, surpassing the heart swordsmanship, and its power increased to the level of a supreme sun-class unique technique. As the Heart Sutra continued to circulate, Chen Zong's mind constantly replayed all the movements of Tidal Dragon when he tore through space and escaped into the space crack. It was extremely subtle, and the extreme domineering and powerful feeling was vividly portrayed. As Chen Zong comprehended it from time to time, his Tidal Dragon sword technique also continued to improve, and the sword intent of the world sword technique became more powerful and mysterious. The Tao of space was broad and profound, and it was the top Tao among the many Taos. If it was developed to the extreme, its power would be unparalleled. Using the Heart Sutra, Chen Zong cultivated and comprehended while continuing his journey. Due to the existence of the Tide Dragon, the planetary belt with thousands of planets formed a unique force field, making the space there 10 times stronger than the outside world. It was abnormally strong, and Chen Zong was unable to use void travel. However, with the awakening of the Tide Dragon, the planetary belt was completely destroyed and turned into cosmic dust that drifted away. The strange force field also disappeared and no longer existed. It could no longer stop Chen Zong. With a slight movement, Chen Zong transformed into a sword light and flew out again. His speed seemed to have increased by a few notches. When his speed was raised to the maximum, Chen Zong planned to use void travel. Suddenly, he thought of Shilong's domineering posture, and his heart moved slightly. Immediately, his body imitated Shilong's appearance. His arms stretched forward, his 5 fingers like hooks seemed to grab the space of the universe, and he suddenly tore it to the left and right. With a ripping sound, Chen Zong actually tore a hole in the space. Afterwards, Chen Zong's feet moved. As he moved, a wondrous and tyrannical power was activated. It spread inch by inch, passing through his legs and waist. He directly burrowed into the shallow spatial crack in a tyrannical manner like a dragon of the night. Travel. In just a few short breaths, Chen Zong rushed out of the space from the other end of 300,000 meters away. 2 times. Compared to before, the distance had increased by 2 times. It had become 3 times the original distance. In addition to being pleasantly surprised, Chen Zong also knew the reason. The first reason was the improvement of his Tao of space, and the second reason was to imitate Shilong's posture. Shilong's extremely domineering posture contained supreme mysteries, and was also an extremely profound application of power. It was incomparably powerful, and it gave Chen Zong great inspiration. Like a child who had obtained a favorite toy, Chen Zong happily tried again and again. Imitating Shilong's extremely domineering posture, he repeatedly traveled through the void. When the power of the Tao of space was exhausted, he could no longer travel at his own speed. After recovering, he continued to imitate, becoming more and more proficient. In the end, Chen Zong no longer needed to make any preparations. He could directly tear open the shallow space and travel 300,000 meters. His speed was much faster, he was much more relaxed, and he consumed much less energy. In the depths of the universe, white gold light surged, piercing through the layers of spacetime like sharp blades. This light was extremely sharp and domineering, and it was suffused with boundless holiness. It broke through layers upon layers of restrictions, ultimately breaking through everything and descending upon the outer universe. The white gold light was endless, condensing into a 100-meter-tall figure. Like a god descending to the mortal world, it exuded boundless divine might. A pair of white gold divine eyes swept past, seeming to see through all the mysteries of the universe. At the same time, above the white gold figure, countless strands of energy converged, transforming into a massive vortex that exuded a terrifying pressure that seemed capable of suppressing everything. Your reaction speed is very fast. The white gold figure's divine eyes swept around, staring at the massive vortex that was rapidly condensing in the sky. It seemed like it was about to transform into a gigantic eye, exuding a terrifying pressure that wanted to crush the white gold figure. Soon after, the gigantic eye condensed, exuding boundless heavenly might. It suddenly shot out a terrifying beam of light that struck the white gold figure. He could not dodge or block it. In an instant, the 100-meter-tall platinum figure was destroyed by the beam of light from the single eye. It turned into countless streaks of platinum light that shot out in all directions like meteors and disappeared. A second later, the eye became blurry and gradually dispersed, returning to its original tranquility. After several dozen breaths of time, as if all the dust had settled, a 2-meter-tall figure appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was shockingly similar to the 100-meter-tall white gold figure that had been obliterated. The reaction of the heavenly Tao in the outer universe is indeed fast. Fortunately, I was prepared, the figure muttered to himself with a faint smile. Now, it's time for my divine might to descend. I wonder if there's anyone in the outer universe who can gain my favor and become my sharp blade to fight for me in this universe. Bits of white gold light flew across the sky, looking like exploding fireworks. In an instant, they spread out in all directions and swept far away. The whitish gold light was as fine as a grain of rice. Its aura was weak and restrained. As it flew, some of the whitish gold light spots gradually disappeared. However, there were also some whitish gold light spots that encountered cultivators and directly entered their bodies. In an instant, the cultivators who received the white gold light spots had white gold light bursting out of their bodies, either within a few breaths or several dozen breaths of time. In an instant, the white gold light covered their entire bodies and gradually faded away. It was as if they had silently merged into the universe and disappeared. Void travel. After another 300,000 meters, Chen Zong was shuttling through the void. Suddenly, a white gold light spot flew over at lightning speed. It was too fast. Moreover, the white gold light seemed to have sensed Chen Zong's aura and instantly adjusted its direction slightly. It should have bypassed Chen Zong, but it ended up flying directly toward Chen Zong. Extremely fast. Chen Zong's reaction was also extremely fast. He immediately attacked. His sword fingers pierced through the air and sword light shot out. The sword light was condensed and extremely sharp. The moment it hit the white gold light, Chen Zong was slightly stunned. He had missed. He had missed. The white gold light was like a phantom. In an instant, the white gold light directly hit Chen Zong's body and sank into it. Chen Zong only felt that his consciousness was in a trance. At the same time, bursts of white gold light emerged from Chen Zong's body and covered his entire body. Chen Zong's body was fading away, as if it had disappeared. However, it did not really disappear. It was just hiding in a way that became transparent. Suddenly, countless rays of platinum light flashed in front of Chen Zong's eyes. It was as if the sun had risen into the sky. Soon after, a platinum figure that was 10,000 feet tall appeared. As the figure appeared, an extremely vast divine might swept out in a manner that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It pressed forward as if it wanted to suppress Chen Zong. God! Chen Zong narrowed his eyes slightly. This feeling was similar to when he faced the eagle-headed statue before. However, compared to the 30-meter-tall eagle-headed statue, this divine power was much more powerful. I am the Skyblade fighting god. The voice of the 1,000-foot white gold figure sounded, with a terrible fighting spirit and amazing blade intent. It was like a knife or a sword that made Chen Zong's heart tremble. He originally planned to activate the black mark to devour the spirit consciousness of this god, but he suddenly changed his mind and temporarily suppressed the black mark. The Skyblade fighting god. The platinum body of this self-proclaimed Skyblade battle god was different from that of the eagle god. The eagle god had the head of an eagle and the body of a human, while the Skyblade battle god didn't look too different from the origin race or the human race. The lucky one, draw your sword, defeat all opponents, and stand in front of me. I will give you the supreme divine power to sweep the universe. The voice of the Skyblade fighting god sounded again. The divine power was vast and endless, but Chen Zong heard a strong bewitchment in it. This kind of bewitchment seemed to stir up the passion in one's heart and ignite one's blood. It made people unable to help but give birth to a kind of supreme motivation. In an instant, the 1,000-foot figure moved away. A path that seemed to be paved with sharp blades extended from an endless distance to Chen Zong's feet. Chen Zong narrowed his eyes slightly. He had already felt his current state. It was not a real body but a consciousness. However, it did not feel like a consciousness. It was just a projection of consciousness, like a projection. It was very mysterious. Then, let's give it a try. With a thought, Chen Zong immediately stepped forward. The body of the projection of consciousness directly stepped out and set foot on the white gold path of sharp blades. The body of the projection of consciousness did not have much power. It was very ordinary. It did not have the superpower of the Fiend God Sword Codex, nor did it have the power of the 5 Great Daos. In short, it was just a very ordinary power. Under normal circumstances, suddenly losing a powerful cultivation and power would make people panic and uneasy. However, Chen Zong was very calm. On the one hand, Chen Zong had experienced this kind of thing many times and was familiar with it. On the other hand, Chen Zong could feel the existence of the black mark and could activate it in an instant. This gave Chen Zong great confidence and confidence. Then, let's see what the Skyblade fighting god was going to do. Chapter 28-24. The path paved with platinum blades seemed to extend to an endless distance. When Chen Zong's consciousness projection stepped on it, it was cold to the touch. He could faintly feel a trace of indescribable sharpness spreading from the bottom of his feet, as if it was going to penetrate his whole body. This body was not his original body of flesh and blood, but a projection of his consciousness. Therefore, it did not have his own powerful cultivation strength and power of the Great Way. Chen Zong kept moving forward, step by step. With his extremely sharp senses, Chen Zong could clearly feel that the sharpness under his feet was getting stronger and stronger. Traces of pressure were spreading from all directions. The pressure was endless, and it kept pressing on Chen Zong from all directions, as if it was going to crush his body. Although he did not bring his powerful mind power with him, Chen Zong found that he could still use the wholehearted returning realm to make his senses sharper, as if he could see through the essence of his opponent. With his extremely sharp senses, Chen Zong found that as he kept moving forward, in addition to the increasing pressure, there was also a trace of power slowly seeping into his body. The power was so faint that if Chen Zong did not have the wholehearted returning realm, he would not have been able to feel it. As he kept moving forward, the pressure became stronger and stronger, and the power seeping into his body kept increasing. This power was also platinum and filled with an indescribable sharpness, but it was motionless like a pool of stagnant water. Chen Zong operated the wholehearted returning realm. The platinum power, which was like stagnant water, trembled slightly, and then slowly moved like a lazy bear. However, as Chen Zong kept operating the wholehearted returning realm to control it, the platinum power in his body moved faster and faster. Step by step, Chen Zong counted how many steps he had taken, and carefully felt how much more pressure he had to bear after each step, and how much more platinum power was seeping into his body. An almost instinctive feeling told Chen Zong that the platinum power seeping into his body was good for him, at least for now. In that case, all he had to do was persevere. He had to keep moving forward, endure the pressure, and absorb more power. At the same time, in other places that Chen Zong could not see, there were also paths formed from platinum-colored blades. They extended through the air like chains, and on each path, there was a figure walking forward. At first, they were very fast, but then they began to slow down. Some of them even had to accumulate power for a long time before they could take a step forward. There seemed to be no end to the platinum path. 998 steps. While thinking in his heart, Chen Zong took another step forward. Pressure, pressure. Chen Zong's body. 2. It was just that this power could not resist the pressure from the outside world, as if they were not on the same level. To put it simply, the pressure from the outside world was on the spiritual level, while the platinum power that seeped into his body was equivalent to the cultivation power of internal force. They were not of the same type, so naturally they had nothing to do with each other. Chen Zong stopped and continued to bear the impact of the pressure from the outside world. He adapted little by little. Then, he lifted his foot and took another step forward. 999 steps. Was this the end? No. At first glance, he could see that the path ahead seemed to be endless, and he did not know where the end was. However, Chen Zong knew that he had reached his limit. If it was his original body, it would definitely be more than this. However, this body couldn't do it. Even if his consciousness could withstand it, it wasn't all of his consciousness. It was just a projection of his consciousness. When combined, it had already reached its limit. When Chen Zong could not bear it anymore, he thought that he was going to leave here, but he found that the scene in front of him had changed again. It was a huge round platform, platinum in color, engraved with sword-like patterns. At the edge of the round platform, there were many sharp blades suspended. There were long swords, short swords, thin swords, heavy swords, and so on. There were also knives, such as big knives, long knives, short knives, heavy knives, and so on. All of them were knives and swords with different shape. Different knives and swords also had their own application skills. The dazzling array dazzled Chen Zong, but he was very tempted. This body did not have a sword with it. Chen Zong suddenly had an idea. Perhaps he could choose a suitable sword from here. Previously, the Sky Saber fighting god said that only by walking in front of him could he get his favor. So, how could he walk in front of him? Chen Zong estimated that he had to go through some tests or challenges. With a sword in hand, he could really exert his strength. At a glance, Chen Zong did not pay too much attention to the knives. His focus was on the swords, such as heavy swords, big swords, thin swords, short swords, and so on. Chen Zong could use them if he wanted, but he preferred long swords. There were also many long swords. After looking around, Chen Zong stared at one of the long swords. He took a step forward and suddenly grasped the hilt of the long sword. The sword also trembled, and a force shook back, shaking off Chen Zong's palm. Chen Zong's palm loosened and instantly clenched. It was like catching a big fish. Between loosening and tightening, the force of the sword's rebound was removed. It was like subduing a fierce horse. When the sword was in his hand, it was very comfortable. It was as if the hilt automatically adjusted to fit his palm. Even the lines were matched. There was a feeling of blood connection which was very wonderful. Chen Zong immediately nodded with satisfaction as he pulled out a sword flower. It was a pity that there was no scabbard, so he could only hold the long sword with his left hand. Just as Chen Zong chose the long sword, there seemed to be ripples on the circular platform. Between the ripples, a figure emerged. As soon as the figure appeared, his eyes quickly swept around and saw the swords and sharp weapons floating in all directions. His eyes flashed with a touch of passion. Immediately, he saw Chen Zong and suddenly showed incomparable vigilance. The moment the figure appeared, Chen Zong also had a kind of understanding. That was, he could only continue by defeating the figure. Finally, he could meet the so-called Sky Saber fighting god. Of course, Chen Zong's purpose of meeting the Sky Saber fighting god was not to become his follower. It was another idea, which was to use the black mark to devour the Sky Saber fighting god, just like how he had devoured the eagle deity's spirit consciousness. Both were devouring spirits, but the ferocious demons were inferior to the cultivators, and the cultivators were inferior to the so-called gods. Chen Zong had a strange feeling. It seemed that the black mark was more interested in the divine souls of the gods. It was as if that was its main meal, and the divine souls of the other cultivators and even the ferocious beasts were just desserts or snacks. The figure leaped and immediately grabbed a heavy sword. The moment his body landed, he stomped his feet and broke out with amazing speed. The sword slashed across the sky. As the platinum light spread, it was added to the heavy sword, and an amazing sharpness permeated the air. Is this the divine power? Chen Zong narrowed his eyes slightly and secretly moved. Before, when he fought with the eagle deity's disciples, he had personally felt the fluctuations of the eagle deity's power. Now, whether it was the sword slashing across the sky or the platinum power circulating in his body, they all felt similar to the power of the eagle deity. Of course, they were not the same kind of power, but there was a kind of similarity in essence. This kind of power was different from the power of his cultivation. Under the Heart Sutra, the divine power circulated. Chen Zong's body flashed, and as if he had turned into a flash of sword light, he rushed forward and slashed across the sky. His own power did not exist, and it was difficult for him to use unique skills and divine skills. However, his swordsmanship was not affected at all. This sword seemed to be a simple stab, but it had a feeling of returning to the natural state, as if it was directly pointing to the essence of swordsmanship. As soon as he attacked, Chen Zong had such a wonderful feeling, tracing back to the essence of swordsmanship. Fight. The opponent's sword skills were also very famous. He did not pay attention to any skills. With the heavy sword in hand, the power of each slash was very strong, and the power was amazing. World swordsmanship. Chen Zong met the attack with his sword. Heart swordsmanship and world swordsmanship could be used as usual, but because the power of Heart Path and World Path was not integrated, it was different. However, Chen Zong gradually had a kind of enlightenment that pointed to the essence of swordsmanship, and some kind of mystery was sprouting. With a sword in hand, he operated it as he wished. As the Heart swordsmanship and World swordsmanship were used alternately, it became more and more profound. Even if there was no heart path and world path, no time path and space path power, and no sword path power, swordsmanship was swordsmanship. As long as there was a sword, it was a kind of basic or superb skill that could be used. Throw away all other influences, go straight to the essence, and trace back to the source. Waves of enlightenment began to spread out. Layers of sword light circled around and blocked the opponent's heavy sword. As if falling into a vortex, the powerful force was also weakened. Then, the sword light flashed, and like an aurora, it swept past the opponent's neck as fast as lightning. Fatal blow. In the next breath, the opponent's body collapsed, leaving only a ray of platinum light. The platinum light flew directly like a spiritual snake and disappeared into Chen Zong's body. Chen Zong immediately felt that his divine power had increased by a lot. It turned out that this was the way to increase one's strength. Chen Zong suddenly understood. However, what Chen Zong cared more about was swordsmanship. Throwing away the influence of the great path power, it turned into a kind of pure swordsmanship to be used. In this way, the mystery of heart swordsmanship and world swordsmanship could be displayed, and Chen Zong saw the way to further improve his swordsmanship. Originally, he just wanted to see the Sky Saber fighting God and let the Black Mark have a big meal. Now it seemed that in addition to letting the Black Mark have a big meal, there were other benefits, and that was swordsmanship. In this case, he would continue to fight and defeat one opponent after another to see if his swordsmanship could change qualitatively in the end. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong looked around. Holding the platinum-colored longsword in his left hand, he took a step forward and walked out of the circular platform. In front of him, there was another path that connected to another circular platform, and it was gradually ascending. Chapter 28-25. The Platinum Divine Power that the Skyblade Battle God released this time was a primer. In the vast universe, he selected a group of sword cultivators and saber cultivators. However, the highest level of these cultivators was at the 5th realm. This was because once one reached the 6th realm, there would be a qualitative change. His platinum divine power was not enough to guide the projection of their consciousness. In terms of swordsmanship at the 5th realm, Chen Zong claimed to be second. Very few people dared to claim to be first. It was even difficult to find someone who was on par with Chen Zong. Even without the blessing of the Great Path, just pure swordsmanship was very terrifying. Every time he met an opponent, he would be defeated by Chen Zong's sword after a fierce battle. Every time he fought, Chen Zong felt that his swordsmanship had a qualitative improvement. However, each improvement was not much, so it was hard to tell in a short period of time. However, the Platinum Divine Power had strengthened a lot as Chen Zong defeated one opponent after another. It was several times stronger than before. He continued to walk and entered the next round platform. The opponents he encountered would become stronger. After repeatedly defeating one opponent after another, Chen Zong stepped out of the round platform again. He saw a platinum road that kept going up. At the end of the road, there seemed to be a palace. After crossing the road, Chen Zong stepped into the palace. This palace was also platinum. It was incomparably huge, magnificent, and majestic. It stood between heaven and earth and was very shocking. The palace was spacious and boundless. A red carpet was spread out from the entrance of the palace to the inside. Walking on it, Chen Zong unconsciously felt extremely small. In such a place, one did not dare to speak. Even one's breathing had to become subtle. Otherwise, it would be a kind of blasphemy. One could not help but feel that way. Even though Chen Zong's divine will was tough, it was not his real body after all. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, Chen Zong stepped forward step by step. He walked on the huge red carpet. The deeper he went, the stronger the divine power. Finally, Chen Zong saw a platinum figure, sitting at the end of the palace. There was a throne on the 99th step. It was high up like a god looking down. A pair of platinum eyes carried endless divine power as they stared at Chen Zong. Mortal, to be able to walk in front of me, you deserve my divine grace. The platinum figure on the throne said. His voice seemed to come from all directions, carrying unparalleled majesty. In the palace, there seemed to be countless sharp blades fighting. For a moment, Chen Zong seemed to see thousands of sword lights rolling like a long river, spreading from afar. Mortal, come here and kneel in front of me. The Skyblade fighting god spoke again. Hearing this, Chen Zong stepped onto the first step. Step by step, he climbed up the stairs. Not long after, Chen Zong walked up the 99 steps and walked in front of the Skyblade fighting god. Kneel down, lucky mortal. You will receive my divine grace, and become my sharp blade to sweep the universe. The Skyblade fighting god was very satisfied. He saw the battle just now clearly and was very satisfied with Chen Zong's strength. Although the fifth realm was not very strong, it was indeed amazing to have such swordsmanship. Of course, because the Skyblade fighting god was not the Skyblade fighting god himself, his original body was still unable to truly enter the outer universe. What came was only a doppelganger with weaker strength. It was also because it was a doppelganger that the Skyblade fighting god could not receive the sixth realm or even the seventh realm masters. At most, he could only receive the fifth realm masters. However, if he succeeded, it was equivalent to taking root in the outer universe. The doppelganger's divine power would gradually increase. At that time, he could recruit more believers and gradually recruit stronger believers. Chen Zong was the first believer he wanted to recruit, and also the most important one. He was necessary for him to open up the situation in the outer universe. The Skyblade fighting god stood up. His body was about 2 meters tall, but it had a majestic feeling, like a platinum divine mountain, exuding a vast and incomparably tyrannical divine power. Like a divine sword mountain, he stood in front of Chen Zong. For a moment, Chen Zong actually had a feeling of looking up at a tall mountain. He could not help but have a kind of admiration from the bottom of his heart. He faintly wanted to surrender. After all, this was not his original body. His resistance was completely inferior to his original body. If this continued, it would be very dangerous. He was afraid that he would really be subdued and become a believer of the Skyblade fighting god. However, Chen Zong still had to resist and wait for the Skyblade fighting god to launch his divine power. This way, he could better counterattack. Sure enough, when he felt Chen Zong's resistance, the Skyblade fighting god immediately erupted. Even if it was just a doppelganger, the power of his doppelganger was very terrifying. It completely surpassed the level of the top Emperor realm. Moreover, it was much stronger than all the top Emperor realm masters. It was already at the level of the Emperor realm. Even in the face of a top Emperor realm master, it could survive. The divine power erupted, and the spiritual pressure came. Endless platinum light spewed out, and a divine body that was thousands of feet tall also appeared. The divine power was vast and boundless, and the divine eyes stared at him. Oppression. The Skyblade fighting god wanted to oppress Chen Zong and subdue him in this way. He wanted to turn him into his own divine blade and take root in the outer universe for himself to open up new territory. Since he had already come to this step, then the counterattack should begin. The black mark was already ready to move, and it had a feeling that it could no longer hold back. Since it could no longer hold back, then it would be released, devoured, and have a good meal. In an instant, a pair of black and white eyes opened silently. It looked so mystical amidst the endless white gold light. As soon as a pair of godlike eyes appeared, it immediately shocked the Skyblade fighting god. What are you? The Skyblade fighting god instinctively felt that something was wrong, and he also felt a strong threat. The pair of godlike eyes did not give an answer. Instead, they stared directly at him. A feeling of fear emerged for no reason, and it almost scared the Skyblade fighting god out of his wits. Retreat. His intuition told him that it was very bad. This pair of strange eyes was very terrifying. Unless his original body was here, it would be difficult to contend with this avatar. He could only retreat. After all, he wanted to break into the outer universe. He had spent a lot of effort and paid a big price to successfully deceive the will of the outer universe, allowing this avatar to temporarily take root. However, it was only temporary. If he did not develop believers in time and really take root, after a period of time, he would still be discovered by the will of the outer universe and be rejected. At that time, all his efforts would be in vain. But now, facing this pair of strange eyes, he felt a great threat and had no choice but to retreat. However, it was too late. A terrible force suddenly erupted. That force was like a black hole that wanted to devour everything. It fell directly on the avatar of the Skyblade fighting god. The power of this avatar was not comparable to the previous eagle god's spiritual consciousness. Simply put, the spiritual consciousness of the eagle god was only a small part, which was the extent of 1/10,000th. The avatar was a larger part, at least 1/100th of the original body. 1/10,000th and 1/100th were two completely different concepts. It was not only a difference in quantity, but also a difference in quality. The Black Mark had a strong desire to devour the avatar of the Skyblade fighting god. Now, it had completely let go of the restrictions and wanted to devour it. Break out! The avatar of the Skyblade fighting god broke out again and again, trying to break free from the devouring power of the Black Mark. However, he found that there was no way and could only be pulled over bit by bit. He was extremely desperate. Damn it, what kind of monster are you? The Skyblade fighting god did not have the previous arrogance and calmness. On the contrary, he was flustered and even frightened. He instinctively felt that he would be devoured. Once he was devoured, the consequences would be terrible. He would lose this avatar, which was 1/100th of the original body's avatar. Once this avatar was destroyed, the damage to the original body would not be small. But now, it was not a matter of whether he could be destroyed, but whether he could escape. It was a pity that the devouring power was too strong. It kept pulling him closer to the pair of eyes. Below the eyes, there was a touch of darkness, like an abyss. The moment the avatar of the Skyblade fighting god was devoured, the Skyblade fighting god seemed to understand something. It's you. How dare you devour a god? You will be punished by God. The Skyblade fighting god finally roared. Devour. The avatar of the Skyblade fighting god was directly devoured. Chernzong was puzzled by the last words of the Skyblade fighting god. Devour a god. Devour a god. What did it mean? Listening to the Skyblade fighting god, it seemed that he knew the Black Mark. But unfortunately, Chernzong could not ask. The avatar of the Skyblade fighting god had been completely devoured. Then, a pure and incomparably vigorous power came back and directly poured into the essence, chi, and spirit of the original body of Chernzong. Everything in front of him shattered. The consciousness projection collapsed and the wisp of consciousness also returned to the original body. The essence, chi, and spirit were directly strengthened by the power of the Black Mark. Upgrade. The continuous upgrade. When it was over, Chernzong immediately felt that his essence, chi, and spirit were directly strengthened by 10%. 10%. His essence, chi, and spirit had already surpassed the 6th realm of the 5th realm. It was too difficult to upgrade. He did not expect that now, it was strengthened by another 10%. This upgrade was too amazing. At least devouring the spirits of dozens of Emperor-level masters could bring him such an upgrade. Sure enough, devouring the spirits of gods was the best. Devour a god. Chernzong was suddenly stunned. The Black Mark devoured the spirits of gods. Wasn't this devouring a god? But Chernzong was very clear that it was definitely not talking about him, but the black mark. No, if he continued to deduce the origin, he could trace it back even further. Where did the black mark come from? There was no doubt that Chen Zong got it from the sword-grinding mountain. Then, was there any relationship between the black mark and the sword-grinding mountain lord? The so-called devourer god, was it referring to the sword-grinding mountain lord? For a time, countless thoughts burst forth, making Chen Zong's eyes flicker. But without enough information, Chen Zong could not make more judgments. It seems that after returning to Taihao Mountain, I still need to investigate the sword-grinding mountain further. Chen Zong thought. Chapter 28-26. Brothers, it's a new month, I'm looking for a monthly vote. Sword-sharpening mountain lord. Black mark. God devourer. Chen Zong guessed that there was a connection between the two, but he couldn't be sure because he lacked sufficient information. However, he could do a thorough search after returning to Taihao Mountain. Perhaps he could find some clues. As for now, he had to hurry back to Taihao Mountain as soon as possible. Thanks to the increase in his essence, qi, and spirit, Chen Zong's flying speed increased even though his cultivation level didn't increase. His speed in the Void Shuttle also increased, which was beneficial for his journey. Time flew by. Year after year passed. Chen Zong finally arrived at the back of the third border and was close to Taihao Mountain. Fortunately, it took less than 100 years. Originally, Chen Zong estimated that it would take more than 100 years to cross the three borders and arrive at Taihao Mountain. However, due to the continuous increase in his cultivation level and the awakening of the Tide Dragon, Chen Zong's comprehension of the space Tao was astonishing. His doctrine spirit had already been nurtured to the perfect realm. In addition to some unexpected circumstances, Chen Zong's speed greatly increased. As a result, he used a short 60 years to get close to Taihao Mountain. The faster the speed, the shorter the time, the better. The Chaos region was right in front of him. When he was only at the fourth realm, he took the risk to barge into the Chaos region. Although he encountered many dangers, he still made it through safely. Now, he was about to barge into the Chaos region again. Compared to the last time, his strength had increased by many times. The Chaos region's environment was very special. The space was relatively weak. Once one's strength was too strong, it would cause the space to shatter and form spatial cracks and other things. It was extremely dangerous. Therefore, there wouldn't be anyone too strong in the Chaos region. Simply put, for 6th and 7th realm cultivators, the Chaos region was like a grave that could bury them at any time. Even if they were in a hurry, they would rather go around it than cross it directly. Chen Zong was at the 5th realm. As long as he was careful, he wouldn't have to worry. Without hesitation, Chen Zong directly barged into the Chaos region. In the Chaos region, there were 18 bandit groups. However, the most powerful bandit groups were only at the 5th realm and were listed on the Divine King list. However, they were not in the top 100. Chen Zong was not afraid of such strength. Dozens of years ago, Chen Zong already had the strength to enter the top 100. Now, dozens of years had passed. Chen Zong's strength had improved a lot, reaching a very high level. It was easy for him to enter the top 100 of the God King list. However, Chen Zong didn't issue any challenges and kept his ranking at the top 1,000. His powerful strength made Chen Zong even more unruffled. As soon as he entered the Chaos territory, Chen Zong immediately sensed the spatial ripples here. They were indeed different from other places. They were very clear, very active, and very chaotic. There was a sense of aimlessness. If one had to make a comparison, the spatial fluctuations in the Chaos territory were like boiling water. In such a place, it was easier to shatter the space and it was also easier to comprehend and cultivate the way of space. However, in terms of the way of space, Chen Zong had already cultivated to the complete level of pregnant path spirit. This was the ultimate level. He couldn't improve any further unless he had a breakthrough. However, the next breakthrough was the origin. Condensing the origin and controlling the power of the origin would surpass the 5th realm and enter the 6th realm. However, it was very difficult to break through from the 5th realm to the 6th realm. Chernzong didn't dare to think too much about it in a short period of time. Now, it was better to lay a good foundation and improve everything to the ultimate level of the 5th realm. Then, he would think about the 6th realm. With a flash, Chernzong moved forward silently in the chaos region. He was astonishingly fast. The space here was weak and unstable. Spatial cracks could appear at any time. However, to Chernzong, ordinary spatial cracks were no threat. After all, Chernzong's mastery of the way of space had reached the ultimate level of the 5th realm. Chernzong seemed to be taking a stroll in the park. With a single step, he appeared in another place as if he had passed through the void. Although it was very easy, Chernzong didn't get carried away. After all, this was a place where space was weak. If he was unlucky and fell into a deep spatial crack, Chernzong wasn't confident that he could survive. Even if he could survive, he didn't know where he would end up. However, how exactly was this chaos region formed? Chernzong began to ponder. There were many strange places in the universe. For example, the planetary belt he had passed through earlier had a unique force field and shockingly strong space. However, because the night dragon was sleeping there, the planetary belt completely disappeared after the night dragon woke up and left. The chaos territory could be considered a strange place. So, how did it come to be? One theory was that the chaos region was formed after a battle between 2 experts and 2 saint-level experts. However, another theory was that a saint-level expert who had grasped the way of space had left behind an opportunity, and so on. In the past, many people had entered the chaos region to search for the opportunity left behind by the so-called expert. Unfortunately, they hadn't found anything. Of course, they had found quite a few treasures, such as spatial crystals. Since they couldn't find the legacy left behind by the so-called expert, gradually, fewer people entered the chaos region to search for opportunities. In addition, it was also because of the 18 territories of Bandit. They were extremely ferocious and were not to be trifled with. Chernzong continued to fly. As time passed, he was already halfway to the chaos region when he was intercepted. The people who intercepted Chernzong were Bandit. 3 5th realm bandits. The 3 bandits didn't hesitate at all. They immediately attacked, displaying their ferocity to the fullest. Since they wanted to kill him, Chernzong naturally wouldn't show any mercy. He unsheathed his sword in an instant and directly attacked. The 3 bandits froze as if they had been immobilized. In the next moment, their spiritual souls were directly pulled out of their bodies. Their vitality was also sucked away in an instant. Their spiritual souls scattered and their spiritual souls disappeared. Now, with Chernzong's strength, most king-level experts were no match for Chernzong. After killing the 3 5th realm bandits, Chernzong didn't slow down at all. At the same time, he was thinking. Perhaps he could come back and clean up the bandits in the chaos region in the future. As for now, it was better to return to Taihao Mountain first and ask the elders to help bring Yunyanxin back from the Trade Wind sect. A few decades had passed. He didn't know how the Trade Wind sect on Wanyuan Island was now. Was it safe and sound? He only hoped so. However, things didn't go as he wished. After Chernzong killed the 3 5th realm bandits, the other bandits gradually knew that someone had come and killed their men. Action. The experts of one of the top 3 chaos territories immediately took action to find the murderer. The chaos region was their natural protection. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. 6th and 7th realm experts couldn't invade. As for 4th and 5th realm experts, they weren't much of a threat to them. On the contrary, they would be killed. Because of this, gradually, no one was willing to enter the chaos region to carry out missions. They didn't expect that someone would kill their men this time. They really didn't know what was good for them. In order to hurry on his way, Chunzong didn't deliberately hide his track. Of course, he didn't need to do so because he was 100% confident in his strength. If a sixth realm expert didn't make a move, he didn't need to fear anyone at the fifth realm. Moreover, even if a sixth realm expert did make a move, he had a trump card to fight back and even kill them. On Wanyuan Island, whether it was the two Emperor-level experts of the Eagle God sect or the sky-splitting Sword Emperor of the Wanyuan sect, their deaths were enough to prove this point. When the two sides met, a battle was about to break out. Fight. But it was a one-sided massacre. Soon, more than a dozen Fifth Realm bandits were all killed by Chunzong. Their spiritual souls and vitality were all devoured. Unfortunately, the feedback Chunzong received was very weak. It couldn't bring any improvement to his energy. However, Chunzong didn't give up because of this. Many little drops make an ocean. When the amount reached a certain level, it would cause a qualitative change and improve. In addition, the treasures of these bandits all became Chunzong's spoils of war. Along the way, no matter what level or how many Fifth Realm experts came, they weren't a match for Chunzong. They were all killed. Finally, Chunzong crossed the Chaos region and flew quickly to Sword City outside Mount Taihao. After entering Sword City, he went back to Mount Taihao and returned to Tianguang Peak. The first thing he did after returning to Tianguang Peak was to see the Peak Lord. "You're finally back," the Tianguang Peak Lord said with a smile when he saw Chunzong return. It had been more than 100 years, almost 200 years, since Chunzong left. It wasn't a long time for a great Emperor-level swordsman, but it wasn't short either. When Chunzong left, the Tianguang Peak Lord was actually very worried. He was worried that Chunzong would be killed. With Chunzong's talent, it was hard to say whether he could reach the saint level in the future, but he could definitely become a top great Emperor-level swordsman, one who was even more powerful than the Tianguang Peak Lord himself. If Chunzong's name hadn't appeared on the Divine King list a few decades ago, the Tianguang Peak Lord wouldn't have felt relieved. This meant that Chunzong was still alive and even more powerful. It was a good thing. Now, Chunzong had finally returned, and he gave the Tianguang Peak Lord a feeling that he couldn't see through. Even though the Tianguang Peak Lord was sure that Chunzong was still in the Fifth Realm, he felt that Chunzong was unfathomable. It was very strange. What the Tianguang Peak Lord didn't know was that this was an effect brought about by the Single-Hearted Sutra breaking through to the Single-Hearted Sutra. "I'm back," Chunzong said with a smile. Fortunately, he had the source of sword work given to him by the Tianguang Peak Lord and the power of the sword mark left by the Sword Saint of Taihao. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether he could come back alive. Even if he could, he wouldn't be able to come back in such a short time. "Peak Lord, I have a request," Chunzong said again. Chapter 28-27. Ask for another round of monthly votes. The Tianguang Peak Lord had no objection to Chunzong's request and agreed right away. However, because he was a peak master, he couldn't leave easily. In the end, he asked the Great Elder of Tianguang Peak to take Yunyanxin back to Taihao Mountain in person. Although the Great Elder's strength wasn't as strong as the Tianguang Peak Lord, he was still a top-notch great monarch. Among the great monarchs in the entire universe, he was in the upper echelon and stronger than any great monarch on Wanyuan Island. Chunzong was quite relieved that someone with such strength would take action in person. However, Chunzong didn't have enough influence to ask someone stronger to do such a thing. With the Great Elder's strength as a top-notch great monarch, his speed was many times faster than Chunzong's. It would take him at most 2 or 3 years to reach Wanyuan Island from Taihao Mountain. In other words, if nothing unexpected happened, Yunyanxin would be able to reach Taihao Mountain in 3 or 4 years, at most 5 years. With Yunyanxin's strength, it was quite possible for her to become a participating disciple of Taihao Mountain. Taihao Mountain was the holy land of swordsmanship, one of the holy lands in the universe. It was also one of the more powerful holy lands with a deep foundation and extraordinary strength. Becoming a disciple of Taihao Mountain was a great guarantee in itself. With the resources of Taihao Mountain, Yunyenshin's improvement would be faster and stronger. All in all, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Since the Great Elder had taken action in person, Chen Zong was relieved and accepted a task that had been put on hold. This task had existed for many years and had been accepted many times. However, it had never been completed. Now, it had been put on hold because it was impossible to complete. The content of this task was to clean up the Chaos Territory and wipe out all the bandits and villains in the 18 Chaos Territories. It sounded simple, but it was extremely difficult to do. Because of the unique environment of the Chaos Territory, it was difficult for great monarchs and great monarchs to exert their strength there. Otherwise, they would most likely be killed. No one was willing to face such danger head-on. In that case, merely being at the 5th level was not enough. At the very least, some of the stronger bandits in the 18 Chaos Domains had a more detailed understanding of the Chaos Domains. Using the unique environment of the Chaos Domains, they could deal with 5th Realm experts from the outside world and then kill them. The various forces around the anarchic lands, including a powerful force like the Taihao Mountain, were unable to completely wipe out the anarchic lands. Even the Taihao Mountain had lost many 5th-level cultivators. In the end, they could only admit defeat and let the matter rest. After all, it was impossible to completely wipe them out. As long as there were remnants, they would slowly develop again. The fire could not burn them out completely, and the wind could blow them up again. Unless a saint-level expert intervened, there was nothing they could do. However, what kind of existence were saint-level cultivators? They were the strongest cultivators in the universe. Why would they care about a bunch of 4th and 5th level cultivators? They were just like a bunch of ants. Moreover, martial saints had experienced countless things. Their worldview was completely different. Whether it was intentional or out of convenience, they would not personally deal with a group of 4th or 5th realm bandit. That would be too embarrassing. Now, after so many years, Chen Zong found the mission file and accepted it. Wipe out the anarchic lands. This was not a small matter. In an instant, it caused a huge commotion. You want to wipe out the anarchic lands? The Tianguang Peak Lord directly found Chen Zong and asked him directly. Yes. Chen Zong replied bluntly, Peak Lord, don't worry. With my current strength, I can enter the top 100 on the God King list. Moreover, my space Dao has been comprehended to the extreme. Even if I don't complete the mission, I will be fine. The Tianguang Peak Lord did not doubt Chen Zong's words. After interacting with him many times, he knew that Chen Zong was not someone who spoke without thinking. No matter what, you must be careful. Even if you can't complete the mission, you must protect yourself, the Tianguang Peak Lord said in a low voice. He did not intend to stop Chen Zong. Peak Lord, don't worry. I cherish my life very much, Chen Zong said with a smile. Then, he bowed to the Tianguang Peak Lord and began his preparations. The first thing he prepared was a sword. With his current strength, he could not use his original divine weapon, but he could use a top-grade Dao divine weapon. Not long after, Chen Zong used his contribution points to exchange for a top-grade Dao divine long sword from Tianguang Peak. The sword was silvery white like frost, and naturally emitted a gust of coldness. It was not the coldness of ice, but the coldness of extreme sharpness. It was bone-chilling. The tip of the sword and the edge of the sword were extremely sharp. When one stared at it, they would feel a stinging pain in their eyes. The name of the sword was very simple, Frost. The sword was like frost, and the cold currents flowed endlessly. With the frost in his hand, Chen Zong's strength increased a bit. After everything was ready, Chen Zong set out with the sword in his hand. He left Tianguang Peak and headed for the 9th Sword City, which was the closest to the anarchic lands. Just as Chen Zong set out, he felt as if a pair of eyes were staring at him. The target has already set out. He has already made preparations. He has set up an inescapable net and is waiting for him to break in. This person is dead for sure. The anarchic lands, also known as the 18 anarchic lands, were divided into the upper 3 lands, the middle 6 lands, and the lower 9 lands. The 18 lands were a collection of bandits and villains, but the most powerful ones were in the 5th realm. According to the intelligence of Taihao Mountain, there were not only powerful bandits on the Divine King list in the upper 3 lands, but also powerful bandits who were not on the Divine King list but had the strength of the Divine King list. They were very terrifying. After entering the anarchic lands, Chen Zong immediately headed for one of the 18 lands closest to him. This was one of the lower 9 lands. Although it was a relatively weak one, there were many bandits in the 4th and 5th realms who were not easy to deal with. However, Chen Zong did not have the slightest fear. He went straight ahead with a sword in his hand. Soon, he arrived at the Red Wolf territory. It was formed by countless meteorites, and many bandits lived in the manor caves. From afar, it looked like a beehive. From time to time, someone would fly in and out. It was quite a spectacular and shocking scene. With a faint smile on his face, Chen Zong did not try to hide his whereabouts. Instead, he burst out with extreme speed, turning into a flash of shocking sword light as he approached rapidly. "Who is it? Who is it?" The bandits in the Red Wolf territory immediately noticed him, and they all shouted. However, the answer they got was a flash of sword light. That flash of sword light was dazzling. It was extremely bright and breathtaking, and it dashed across the sky at an incredible speed. In the eyes of the bandits in the Red Wolf territory, this flash of sword light was slashing toward them. Everyone had the same feeling as if the people around them disappeared, and they were the only ones left to face this flash of sword light. Exquisite! Superb! He only swung his sword once, but it created such a shocking effect. With one strike, dozens of bandits, regardless of whether they were in the 4th realm or the 5th realm, died. After traveling for dozens of years, Chen Zong's swordsmanship had also been improving. Especially after the experience at the Skyblade Battle God's place, Chen Zong felt like he was able to understand the essence of swordsmanship, and the improvement was even greater. Now, whether it was the Heart Sword art or the World Sword art, Chen Zong had improved them to the highest level, which was the level of a Super Sun class technique. The power of each strike was extremely terrifying. Not counting the uniqueness of these two techniques, these two swordsmanship techniques were invincible in close-range combat. That strike just now was the Heart Sword art, and its main power was in close-range combat. However, in a short distance it could still unleash a certain amount of power. Perhaps the top 5th realm cultivators could dodge or block it. However, these dozens of bandits were mostly in the 4th realm, and some of them were in the 5th realm. How could they block it? They couldn't even dodge it. In fact, when they saw the flash of sword light, they were already hit by the sword when they were lamenting. Being hit by the sword meant death. His figure flashed, and those dozens of bandits turned into dried corpses as their souls and vitality were devoured, becoming nutrients for the Black Mark and the mysterious seed. Kill! Chen Zong released his spiritual will. With this powerful spiritual will that was comparable to that of a 6th realm cultivator, he scanned the area and locked onto his target. His speed was fast, and he killed the bandits one after another. The terrain inside the Red Wolf territory was very complicated. It was like a beehive, and all the paths were connected to each other. It was very complicated, and it was like a maze. If one wasn't familiar with it, it was easy to get lost. This was one of the difficulties when the Red Wolf territory was wiped out. When the bandits knew that they weren't a match for the Red Wolf territory, they immediately hid in the territory and used the complicated terrain to deal with the Red Wolf territory. In the end, the Red Wolf territory suffered heavy losses. After all, Fifth Realm cultivators weren't enough to completely destroy the territory in such a place. Even if there were many people, it would take a lot of time. With the time to destroy the territory, the bandits would have probably escaped through some secret exit. However, Chunzong was different. Under the wholehearted convergence realm, coupled with his powerful spiritual will, Chunzong could sense farther and longer distances. He could also capture things more clearly. To put it simply, the Red Wolf territory was completely under Chunzong's perception. Chunzong could clearly sense how many bandits there were. These bandits were like grasshoppers after autumn. They wouldn't be able to jump around for long. Soon, Chunzong would find them and kill them one by one. Even the maze-like terrain inside the territory couldn't stop Chunzong at all. It couldn't cause any hindrance to Chunzong. Encountered something he couldn't understand? It was very simple. He only needed to rely on his powerful perception and the mysteries of the space Tao to pass through, quickly approach his target, and kill them. Who exactly are you? The leader of the Red Wolf territory, a top Fifth Realm cultivator, saw his subordinates being killed one by one. His eyes were wide open, but he was also horrified. Too powerful, this person was too powerful. When the sword light flashed, it was bone-chilling, as if it could freeze one's divine soul. It made him extremely terrified and his hair stood on end. How could there be such a terrifying person? I'm the one who will kill you. Chunzong smiled and swung his sword without hesitation. A ruthless person didn't talk much. Otherwise, if he said a few more words and something unexpected happened, he would kill first and talk later. Chapter 28. The 9 territories of the Chaotic 18 were scattered all over the Chaos territory. Chunzong did not deliberately target anyone. Anyway, all 18 territories were on his list of targets, and he had to clear them all. After clearing out the Red Wolf territory, there was a lot of wealth in it. They all became Chunzong's spoils of war. Unfortunately, most of them were relatively ordinary. For Chunzong, they were not very valuable. It was better than nothing. His next target was also one of the lower territories. Chunzong moved without hesitation. He immediately turned into a sword and flew toward it at an amazing speed. The target has left the Red Wolf territory and is heading toward the Blue Fox territory. Continue to monitor and wait for the target to fall into the trap. Before that happens, don't take any action. Understood. However, those people are good helpers. Wouldn't it be a waste to kill them just like that? In order to get rid of them, necessary sacrifices are necessary. Otherwise, how can we let them fall into the trap? Moreover, they are just a group of bandits. There are many of them. Not long after, Chunzong arrived at the Blue Fox territory. Although Chunzong's speed was extremely fast, and he had just fought a big battle, he did not consume much of his strength. In fact, Chunzong had already recovered all the strength that he had consumed. To put it simply, the battle in the Red Wolf territory was nothing to Chunzong. His opponents were too weak. Even the leader of the Red Wolf territory, who was known as the Red Giant Wolf, was not a match for Chunzong. He only needed to use his sword to end his opponent's life. Such a battle was completely one-sided. In fact, it did not consume much of Chunzong's strength. With the absorption speed of the second stage of the Celestial Demon Sword technique, he could quickly replenish his strength. He could then clear out the Blue Fox territory with his full strength. The battle in the Red Wolf territory did not last long. Chunzong's extraordinary senses allowed him to accurately pinpoint the location. Coupled with the mystery of the Space Tao, Chunzong cleared out the Red Wolf territory in a short time. As a result, the Blue Fox territory, which was not far away, did not receive any news. Therefore, Chunzong's attack was beyond the Blue Fox territory's expectations. Without any warning, Chunzong invaded his computer. The strength of the Blue Fox territory and the Red Wolf territory were about the same, and the terrain was similar as well. Both territories were very complicated, just like a maze. Of course, it was not exactly the same as the Red Wolf territory, but it was not a problem for Chunzong. Kill. Needless to say, their goal was to clear out the Chaos region. Since that was the case, why waste words? The leader of the Blue Fox clan was not very strong. Although he was very fierce at first, he was soon scared of Chunzong. There was no other reason other than that Chunzong was too strong. Just a casual strike of his sword had a terrifying power. Killing a 5th-level cultivator was as easy as cutting grass. The leader of the Blue Fox territory was known as the Fox. He was at the peak of the 5th level, but the martial arts that he practiced leaned toward the mysterious. He liked to play tricks and was proud of it. "Spare me, I'm willing to submit to you." Inhu hurriedly knelt down and begged. She looked very experienced and decisive, without any hesitation. He did not want to die. He wanted to live. Only by living could he experience glory. However, Chunzong directly swung his sword. The sword flashed, and it immediately pierced through Inhu's forehead, killing him. With unwillingness and bewilderment, Inhu fell forward. He did not understand why Chunzong did not hesitate to kill him when he had already knelt down and expressed his willingness to submit. Why? Inhu's thoughts were very secretive and direct. He first expressed his willingness to submit, and then he pretended to submit. Then, he slowly waited for an opportunity. Once the opportunity presented itself, he would immediately seize it and kill Chunzong. Unfortunately, when Chunzong did not hesitate to kill him, everything was in vain. Chunzong could tell at a glance that this person was rebellious and had an impure mind. He did not intend to use any means to completely subdue him. He was too lazy to fight a battle of wits with him because it was not necessary. He would kill those who deserved to be killed. After killing everyone and turning the wealth of the Blue Fox territory into his own spoils, Chunzong immediately took action and went to the next territory. The next territory was not one of the lower 9 territories, nor was it one of the middle 6 territories. It was one of the upper 3 territories, Wukong territory. The upper 3 territories were the 3 most powerful territories among the 18 Chaos territories. There were many 5th realm king-level cultivators, and there were even demigod realm cultivators. Demigod realm, in essence, belonged to the 5th realm. However, it was different from the 5th realm. It was more powerful than the top 5th realm. Generally speaking, a demigod realm cultivator's strength was enough to be listed on the God King list. However, due to various factors, he was not able to be listed on the God King list. This kind of strength was very terrifying. Not long after, Chunzong entered the boundary of Wukong territory. However, he frowned slightly. With his strong perception, Chunzong indeed felt that there were many auras in Wukong territory. Among them, there were many powerful auras. They were all gathered together. Were they having a meeting? Or were they doing something else? He was not sure. However, the special environment of the Chaos territory, coupled with his own strong strength, gave Chunzong unparalleled confidence. Without the slightest hesitation, Chunzong rushed directly into Wukong territory. As one of the upper 3 territories, Wukong territory was larger. Its terrain was more complicated than the Red Wolf territory and the Blue Fox territory. However, to Chunzong, it was nothing. It could not stop Chunzong at all. Even if there were any traps, Chunzong was not afraid. From the very beginning, Chunzong had wanted to end the Chaos region as soon as possible. He didn't want to waste too much time here. After all, there were as many as 18 Chaos regions. It would take a lot of time to clear them all out. In an instant, Chunzong rushed into Wukong territory without hesitation. He flew towards the aura closest to him. His body was as fast as lightning. He had an unparalleled aura. He was invincible. Confidence. The confidence brought by strong strength gave Chen Zong the courage to be fearless. It gave birth to an unparalleled belief. A swordsman had to be strong and confident. Only then could the sword be invincible. If there was hesitation, and indecisiveness, the sword would be blunt. If the sword was blunt, how could it kill the enemy? As an excellent swordsman, Chen Zong knew this very well. Enemy attack. The moment he saw Chen Zong, the figure that Chen Zong had locked on to immediately roared. At the same time, he attacked without hesitation. He pushed his palm forward. The strong palm energy instantly surged like a tsunami towards Chen Zong without mercy. Fifth realm. And it was not an ordinary fifth realm expert. However, Chen Zong didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. His figure charged forward as a sword light flashed, and a wisp of silvery white light emitted bone-piercing coldness. It was extremely sharp and peerlessly shocking, and it directly slashed apart the extremely powerful palm energy and arrived brazenly. He could not dodge it. He could not block it. The fifth realm bandit was directly hit and killed instantly. Chen Zong even devoured his spirit and vitality. Under the terrifying sword chi, the bandit's corpse was destroyed. The whole process was over in less than a breath's time. Chen Zong did not stop. A mere fifth realm bandit was not worth his time. Following the second aura, Chen Zong rushed forward. At the same time, Chen Zong's extraordinary senses sensed that many powerful auras were approaching. They were attracted by the bandit's roar just now. Enemy attack. Soon, they met on a narrow path. Chen Zong realized that these bandits were all fifth realm experts. There were no fourth realm experts. In the Red Wolf territory and the Blue Fox territory, there were many more fourth realm experts than fifth realm experts. Chen Zong did not believe that there were no fourth realm experts in the upper three territories. There must be some fourth realm experts. However, why was it that there were no fourth realm experts? It was also difficult to sense their auras. After killing all the fifth realm bandits, Chen Zong suddenly had a thought. The other party knew that he was coming and was prepared. They sent away all the fourth realm experts to prevent unnecessary casualties, and left the fifth realm experts to kill him. This guess seemed to be correct. Immediately, Chen Zong's lips curled into a sinister smile. Prepared? Ambush? Then come at me. I have a sword in my hand. I will kill all the monsters. Pride rippled in his chest. Chen Zong wanted to roar, but he held it in. He channeled this pride into the long sword in his hand. He's here. He's finally here. We've already prepared a feast for him. A prodigy with a bright future. If he dies here, I wonder how Taihao Mountain will feel. That's not something we need to consider. In the Wukong territory, someone was staring at a huge water mirror in front of him and laughing non-stop. In that water mirror, Chen Zong's figure was clearly displayed. Every detail of Chen Zong's actions could be seen clearly. They seemed to be in control of everything. All of Chen Zong's actions were within their calculations. After continuously killing strong enemies and advancing, Chen Zong finally arrived at a place where the auras gathered according to his senses. This place was like a huge hall. It was very spacious, and there were hundreds of people gathered here. Every one of them exuded a powerful aura. They were all fifth realm experts. All of a sudden, hundreds of fifth realm experts gathered in one place. When Chen Zong appeared, hundreds of gazes focused on Chen Zong. Those gazes were either sharp, cold, or domineering. Their auras were all different, but they were all very shocking. If it were other fifth realm experts, facing hundreds of extraordinary gazes and auras, they would probably be frightened. Even if they weren't frightened, they would feel heavy pressure. However, Chen Zong didn't. Not to mention hundreds of fifth realm experts, even if there were 10 times more, or even thousands of fifth realm experts locking onto Chen Zong at the same time, Chen Zong wouldn't be afraid at all. Strong. Unshakable. Faced with hundreds of gazes, Chen Zong stepped forward without hesitation and stepped into the hall. Unparalleled sword gentleman Chen Zong, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Among the hundreds of figures, 2 of them had the most powerful auras. They were clearly demi-emperors. One of them had an extremely strong body, like an unshakable mountain. He also had a shocking power that could shatter everything. The other was skinny, but his aura was extremely condensed, and he exuded an extremely cold aura. These 2 people stared at Chen Zong. Vaguely, they gave off a sense of threat to Chen Zong. They also spoke one after another. The strong person's voice was deep and forceful, while the skinny person's voice was sharp and gloomy. Chapter 28-29. They had been waiting for a long time. In other words, this was really a trap. Perhaps it wasn't really a trap, but it was definitely prepared for Chen Zong's arrival. In an instant, Chen Zong immediately understood. However, he wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, a trace of excitement grew in his heart. Regardless of whether it was the Red Wolf territory or the Blue Fox territory, they were both too weak and could be easily dealt with. He didn't even have the true strength to deal with them yet. Then, since Wukong territory had made such preparations for his arrival, would it bring him more surprises? Would it allow him to fight to his heart's content and to fight to his heart's content? There was no need to say more. Draw your sword. As the sword light flashed, a bone-chilling coldness spread in all directions and filled the hall. For some reason, it made the hundreds of Fifth Realm bandits tremble. They couldn't help but feel cold. This chilliness was not the chilliness of ice. Instead, it was an extremely sharp chilliness. It was a chilliness that penetrated deep into one's bones. It was extremely shocking. One could not help but tremble. One could not help but feel fear from the bottom of one's heart. Kill! Kill him! The 2 half-step martial emperors said one after another. Their expressions were solemn because they felt a great threat from Chen Zong. This threat had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Hundreds of Fifth Realm cultivators erupted and attacked one after another. Each of them unleashed their powerful powers and charged towards Chen Zong. In just an instant, Chen Zong was caught in the midst of hundreds of terrifying attacks and was about to be crushed into powder and disappear. Just as the hundreds of violent attacks were about to hit him, Chen Zong's eyes lit up slightly. His body seemed to sway. Like the reflection of the moon in the water, or like ripples, he turned into nothingness and escaped into the void. He instantly shuttled back and forth. Missed. The hundreds of powerful attacks all missed. What came towards them was a sword light. That sword light instantly cut across the sky. It was like the absolute beginning divine light that tore through the darkness. It was so dazzling, so bright, and seemed to steal all the brilliance in the world. At that moment, it also made everyone feel dazed. It was as if that sword light was specifically targeted at them. They couldn't dodge it. They couldn't block it. Even the 2 half-step martial emperors felt this from the bottom of their hearts. Quick, take the pill. The skinny half-martial emperor immediately screamed. He didn't hesitate to crush the pill hidden in his mouth. The others also reacted in an instant and bit the small pills hidden in their mouth. In an instant, a sudden change occurred. An extremely shocking force erupted from the bodies of the 5th-level cultivators. The force was as scorching as flames and as red as blood. The force gushed out and soared into the sky, burning endlessly like a raging flame. Instantly, the auras of the 5th realms increased by more than 2-fold. Their abilities increased greatly, and they all unleashed a shocking amount of power to counter the sword light. Chen Zong was not surprised. Since the other party had been waiting for him for a long time, it meant that the other party had made all kinds of preparations. The current method of using the elixir to greatly increase one's strength was just one of the preparations. However, he was too naive if he thought that he could block his sword with that. Kill. In just an instant, the sword gleam directly killed more than 20 Fifth Realms who had their abilities greatly boosted. The other Fifth Realms were so frightened that their souls almost left their bodies. They activated the power of the pills recklessly. Under the burning of the blood-red flames, all of them let out strange howls. Change. Their bodies were changing. A single horn grew on their foreheads. Their arms and legs were elongated. Bone spikes appeared on their joints, and a layer of cuticle-like scales also grew on their skin. In an instant, the remaining Fifth Realm cultivators all changed. They transformed from humans to demons, and their auras became even more powerful and strange. Chunzong was secretly surprised. What was this? The bandits who had turned into monsters all let out shocking roars and roars. The blood-red flames on their bodies burned even more brightly. Then, they all charged towards Chunzong. Their extremely sharp claws tore the sky apart, leaving terrifying scars. Every monster's speed increased by many times. Their sharp claws were even more terrifying. Chunzong had the feeling that he would be instantly torn apart if he was caught. However, no matter how fast they were or how sharp their claws were, they could not catch Chunzong. In an instant, Chunzong switched between the virtual and the real. He dodged all the attacks. The sword gleam suddenly lit up and attacked with endless bone-chilling coldness. Kill, kill, kill. Not long after, most of the Fifth Realm bandits who had turned into monsters were all killed by Chunzong. Even their spiritual souls and vitality were devoured by Chunzong. Their bodies were also destroyed by the extremely sharp sword qi, turning into powder and disappearing. Chunzong could feel that the bandits who had turned into monsters had their spiritual souls unchanged. However, their vitality had increased by several times. This was a good meal for the mysterious seed. In the end, only the two demi-emperor bandits were left. What other tricks do you have? Chunzong asked in return. The two bandits were horrified. All their subordinates had been killed. Even though they had taken the pill and turned into monsters, their strength had increased greatly. However, they were still easily killed. Moreover, after they were killed, their corpses turned into powder. This scene was too horrifying. Now, the power of the black mark and the mysterious seed had increased by a lot. The speed at which they devoured spiritual souls and vitality had become extremely fast. Now, there was no need to pull the opponent's spiritual soul out of the body. They could directly devour it in their heads, and their vitality would also be devoured in an instant. While devouring, Chunzong's sword qi vibrated, and at the same time, the opponent's body was directly shattered and turned into powder. In this way, it would give people the feeling that they were directly crushed into powder. No one would associate it with the devouring of spiritual souls and vitality. Otherwise, if others were to see through him, it would probably bring about a disadvantageous effect on Chunzong. After all, no matter how one looked at it, devouring souls and vitality wasn't something that the righteous path did, and it was the actions of the evil path. There was a saying that power was righteous if it was used righteously, and evil if it was used evilly. There was no such thing as righteous or evil power. There was only one's heart. However, not everyone could see through this point. Only a small number of people could be so wise. The vast majority of people were relatively ignorant. Chunzong did not think that he could resist the crusade of the world. There were always some self-righteous people who acted in the name of eliminating evil and defending righteousness. This was unnecessary trouble. If he could avoid it, he would avoid it. However, the scene of killing someone and then crushing them into powder was really too shocking. Moreover, it was too cruel. It was so cruel that even the two demi-emperor bandits of the Wukong territory were shocked. They could not do it. It was a cruel and terrifying method. Kill him. The two demi-emperors growled without hesitation. In an instant, the two of them attacked one after another. They exploded with an astonishing attack. The terrifying power directly blasted towards Chunzong, as if it wanted to crush Chunzong. However, after releasing the powerful attack, the two of them immediately retreated without any hesitation. They knew that even if they used their trump cards and increased their strength greatly, they were still no match for Chen Zong. Chen Zong slashed with his sword. It was incomparably sharp. It directly split the two attacks that were coming towards him. His figure flashed, and he immediately chased after them. However, the two of them were extremely fast. Moreover, they had already prepared all kinds of escape route. In just a moment they rushed into the wall. It was a secret door. The moment Chen Zong chased after them, the two demi-emperors had already rushed into the secret door and disappeared. Under the perception of Chen Zong's divine consciousness, his figure turned into an illusion in an instant. He directly crossed the wall as if he was using the wall-passing technique. However, in fact, this was just an application of the Space Dao by Chen Zong. It was a special technique. As soon as he passed through the thick wall, Chen Zong immediately felt a different aura. The aura was demonic and blazing. It was like a volcano that was about to come to life, releasing a terrifying power that could destroy everything. What entered his eyes was a platform. It was a platform that was 100 meters high. The platform was covered with blood-red lines. It looked very strange. A tall silhouette wearing a blood-red battle armor was standing on the platform. An extremely dreadful aura was fluctuating around his body. And those two semi-emperor level experts were rushing towards the platform in a panic. "Sir, hurry up and do something! Sir, Chen Zong is here." When the two of them saw the figure on the platform, they immediately shouted. Chen Zong's pupils contracted slightly. He instinctively felt a trace of threat from the figure on the platform. Who was that? Someone from the Wukong territory? It shouldn't be. The tall figure in blood-red armor, who had been standing on the platform and seemed to be sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. A blood-red light filled his eyes. It was as if a blood-red flame was burning fiercely, burning everything. The pair of blood-red flame eyes directly passed over the two demi-emperors, who were fleeing in panic and stared at Chen Zong. In an instant, the threat that Chen Zong brought to him became even stronger. Peerless Sword King Chen Zong. The man in blood-red armor spoke directly. His voice was strange and fleeting. It was as domineering as a raging flame. The voice contained some kind of indescribable power that directly poured into Chen Zong's ears. "Who are you?" Chen Zong narrowed his eyes slightly and asked. His intuition told him that this person was not a bandit from the Wukong territory. He was not even a bandit from the Chaos territory. He was from somewhere else. "I am Divine General Tsang Wu of the Purgatory Divine Sect," the man in blood-red armor replied directly. Purgatory Demon Sect. Chen Zong's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. 200 years ago, the Infernal Order and the Purgatory Demon Sect revived and began to wreak havoc in the universe. They caused many killings and created a lot of chaos. Of course, whether it was the Infernal Order or the Purgatory Demon Sect, they were just flattering themselves. They called themselves the Avicii Sect and the Purgatory Divine Sect, but in fact, they had always been called the Infernal Order and the Purgatory Demon Sect. The Divine Generals of the Purgatory Demon Sect were also called Demon Generals. They were equivalent to experts of the Fifth Realm. Of course, the man named Tsang Wu in front of him belonged to the top of the Fifth Realm. He was a demi-emperor expert. Moreover, he was a top demi-emperor expert who could threaten Chen Zong. He was strong enough to reach the top of the Divine King list. Chen Zong suddenly felt that his blood seemed to be burning. His fighting spirit began to rise. How strong was the demon general of the Purgatory Demon Sect? Let's try it with the sword in my hand. Chapter 2830. It was out of Chen Zong's expectations to meet a demon general from the Inferno Demon Sect here. But in retrospect, it wasn't that surprising. After all, the Infernal Order and the Inferno Demon sect had been wreaking havoc in the universe for more than 200 years. In these 200 years, the two evil forces had been wreaking havoc and chaos everywhere. Therefore, it was normal for them to set their sights on the Chaos Territory. After all, the Chaos Territory was very close to Mount Taihao. If they could take over the Chaos Territory and use it as a stronghold, it would be easier for them to deal with Mount Taihao. It wasn't that the Inferno Demon sect had a grudge against Mount Taihao, but that all the forces in the universe were the Inferno Demon sect's target. If it wasn't for the fact that they felt that they weren't strong enough to conquer the universe, even the Infernal Order would have been eliminated by the Inferno Demon sect. Of course, the Infernal Order had the same idea too. Since that was the case, the two evil forces would temporarily join forces to deal with the other forces in the universe, especially the various Holy Lands. They would be able to truly wreak havoc in the universe and cause it to fall into chaos. It would be easier for them to invade the universe and become the overlords of the universe. The Inferno Demon sect set their sights on the Chaos Territory and quickly took action. But unfortunately, just as they started their operation, Chen Zong arrived. They had no choice but to make some arrangements to get rid of Chen Zong first. Chen Zong, your talent and potential are extraordinary. Our Inferno Demon sect needs a prodigy like you. Come, join us and become a divine general. Together, we can dominate the universe. The Inferno Demon General Tsang Wu seemed to be praising something, but also seemed to be trying to bewitch Chen Zong. Indeed, the Infernal Order and the Inferno Demon sect, in addition to wreaking havoc and chaos, had also recruited many talented cultivators for their use. For example, Chen Zong's outstanding talent was naturally in the eyes of the Infernal Order and the Inferno Demon sect. They planned to recruit him first and use him for their own purposes. If it didn't work out, they would have to kill him. In the face of Tsang Wu's bewitching words, Chen Zong smiled. How could he join them? In a flash, Chen Zong unsheathed his sword and pierced it through the air. The silvery white sword light cut through the air like a frosty river, aiming straight for the Purgatory Demon General Tsang Wu. This attack was merciless. Tsang Wu's eyes shone with an incomparably scarlet blood-red light, burning like raging flames. However, he revealed a vicious smile in the face of Chen Zong's attack. Soon after, he waved his right hand and a blood-red blade suddenly appeared. He suddenly slashed out with it. Tsang Wu's of the Demon Sect. Fight. Tsang Wu. And of Tsang Wu of Wu. Of Tsang Wu of the ofs Wus of Tsang. San Tsang. Est Tsang. Tsang S sect. Saber light and sword shadows filled the air, killing everywhere. It was as if the place had turned into a desolate land. Tsang Wu was shocked. He was one of the top 10 divine generals of the Purgatory Divine Sect, but he couldn't kill Chen Zong. Chen Zong's strength was too shocking. Your strength is not bad, but if that's all, then I'll send you on your way. Chen Zong's voice suddenly rang out. The sword light became even more intense in an instant, and its power increased exponentially. Whether it was the Heart Sword Art or the World Sword Art, Chen Zong had cultivated both of them to the level of Super Sun Class secret techniques, and they were already at the pinnacle of Sun Class secret technique. When Chen Zong fully unfolded, he immediately suppressed the Purgatory Goblin General Tsang Wu. In terms of strength, Tsang Wu was indeed more powerful than Chen Zong. However, in terms of the profoundness of swordsmanship, Tsang Wu was much weaker than Chen Zong. In just a few strikes, Tsang Wu was injured. You have infuriated me. Tsang Wu let out a furious roar, followed by a strange roar. His originally muscular body began to tremble non-stop, and his muscles began to swell crazily. A series of strange noises also began to ring out. Transformation. Tsang Wu was transforming, and the blood-red energy flames burned around him. In the blink of an eye, Tsang Wu turned into a 3-meter-tall blood-red monster. He had a single horn, red eyes, and fiery red scales that looked like snake scales or fish scales covered his body. His limbs became longer and thicker, and there were spikes on his joints that were as sharp as blades. The claws on his left hand were extremely sharp, and a long blood-red saber grew out of his right hand. Chilling light flashed around the saber, and a tail that was more than 1 meter long grew out of his back. Song Wu's transformation was similar to the transformation of those people, but the difference was obvious. The transformation of those bandits was like a half-finished product. However, Chen Zong felt that Song Wu's transformation was complete, and his aura was much stronger. He took a step forward, and the long saber on his right arm slashed out. In an instant, dozens of blood-red saber lights slashed through the void without mercy. Then, the sharp claws on his left hand clawed out in all directions, cutting off all escape routes for Chen Zong. Then, he swung his tail violently. It was so powerful that it seemed to be able to shatter a mountain. It was extremely terrifying. 3 consecutive attacks were completely connected, and Chen Zong was directly locked in place. The power of each attack was extremely terrifying, and it could be said that it was an instant kill. Retreat. In an instant, Chen Zong was forced back. Song Wu's speed was fast, and his strength was powerful. Even though Chen Zong had a lot of techniques, he was still a little weak in front of Song Wu's speed and strength. This made Chen Zong realize that his swordsmanship wasn't strong enough. Even though his swordsmanship had reached the level of a Super Sun class technique and surpassed many people, Chen Zong still felt the same way. His 2 swordsmanship techniques improved very quickly, but he didn't have enough combat experience. To put it simply, he didn't have enough combat experience in the last 200 years. Even if he did, he only had a few intense battles on Wanyuan Island. However, those battles didn't belong to him, and they had nothing to do with his swordsmanship. Therefore, they couldn't help him sharpen his swordsmanship. Even though his 2 swordsmanship techniques improved rapidly, he didn't have enough combat experience. Therefore, although these 2 swordsmanship techniques were powerful, they weren't profound enough. In other words, their potential wasn't fully developed yet. Realizing this, Chen Zong immediately performed the Heart Sword technique and the World Sword technique. He kept using the 2 sword techniques to resist the monster's attack. Heart Sword technique neutralized Song Wu's attacks, and World Sword technique collided with Song Wu's attack. Again and again, Chen Zong grasped the mysteries of these 2 swordsmanship techniques and developed their potential. The monster transformed from Song Wu became more and more violent as the battle continued. In the beginning, it was able to force Chen Zong back, but Chen Zong's swordsmanship seemed to be improving. Gradually, Song Wu was able to counter Song Wu's attacks. World Sword technique. Chop. In the intense whistling noise, Chen Zong struck out with his sword. That sword energy seemed to contain the shocking power of a world. It was extremely domineering and powerful, and it directly pressed down on Song Wu's body. Monster. Song Wu's arm blade also struck at Song Wu's body. It was extremely powerful, as if it could cut through everything. At the moment when the sword and saber collided, Chen Zong's arm trembled. His body also trembled, and he leaned back as if he was about to be sent flying. However, Song Wu didn't have it easy either. Chen Zong's strike was so powerful that it had gradually interpreted the essence of swordsmanship. It was as if the world was really colliding with each other. Even though Chen Zong wasn't as strong as Song Wu in terms of absolute power, the profound power of his swordsmanship could completely make up for it. Like a bamboo in the wind, the second strike came again. It was Heart Sword technique. The power of Heart Sword technique was far inferior to World Sword technique, but it was faster and harder to defend against. Hit. Song Wu's monster body was very strong, but he couldn't resist Chen Zong's Heart Sword technique. His tough scales were directly broken, and he was instantly injured. Song Wu's superb swordsmanship was further honed by Chen Zong. His potential was truly stimulated, and he turned the tables around. He was injured. Song Wu's monster body was constantly injured, and blood was flowing out. He felt that his powerful strength was gradually fading away. If this goes on, I'll be in danger. This is the only way now. Although Song Wu had turned into a monster, he didn't lose his mind. He thought about it, and after a feint attack, he immediately burst out with an amazing speed and flew back. This monster body was indeed very strong. As he flew back, he was as fast as a fiery light. In an instant, he was close to the two half-royal realm bandits. Without hesitation, he grabbed their necks and twisted them. With a crack, the two men's necks were immediately broken. However, they didn't really die. They were still struggling, and they were very puzzled. Why did he want to kill them? They didn't understand. Chen Zong was also shocked. Weren't they accomplices? Why did they fight among themselves? With a swing of his left arm, Song Wu flung the two bandits onto the platform. They landed heavily on the platform, and in a flash, he appeared on the platform. His arm blade slashed through the air, directly splitting the bodies of the two bandits into two, causing blood to flow out. Then, Song Wu's left arm suddenly punched down, directly hitting the platform beneath his feet. With a boom, the platform shook. The blood of the two bandits flowed onto the red marks on the platform, and they immediately burned. An extremely terrifying aura began to spread out. Monster God, please grant me supreme divine power. As the bloody light spread out, Song Wu's monster body suddenly roared. Burn! 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 Extremely fierce dark red flames burned on the entire platform. It turned out that this wasn't a platform, but an altar. Standing on the altar, Song Wu's body was also burning. He was in extreme pain, and he was constantly being destroyed. However, he forced himself to endure it, like a madman. Chen Zong slashed out with his sword. However, when the sword light got close to the altar, it was blocked by the dark red flames. It couldn't break through at all. 1 slash couldn't do it, 2 slashes couldn't do it, and even 10 slashes couldn't do it. Instead, Song Wu on the altar kept roaring. The dark red flames burned wildly, as if they wanted to turn him into ashes. An extremely terrifying and evil aura spread out like a raging tide. Chapter 28:31. On the altar, the dark red blood light surged like flames. The flames were blazing fiercely, but there seemed to be an indescribable chill to them. Chen Zong was very wary of them. Sword after sword, Chen Zong could not break through them, but he was also thinking about whether he should use the Heavenly Light sword drawing technique. The power of the Heavenly Light sword drawing technique was obvious, but Chen Zong was not confident that he could break through them. The Heavenly Light sword drawing technique consumed too much of his strength, so it could only be used as a trump card. As for the remaining 3 drops of Sword Wei origin energy and a fragment of Sword Saint Taihao's sword mark, he didn't want to use them as much as possible. This was especially true in a place like the Chaos Territory. If he used too much power, he could shatter the space. Even though the space in the territories of bandits was more stable, it was still more fragile than the outside world. The dark red flames rapidly shrank inwards, and the terrifying aura continued to increase. Chen Zong could vaguely see the image of a huge vortex appear, and a pair of eyes that were burning with endless blood-red flames emitted an endless terrifying will. The demonic aura was overflowing. Vaguely, there seemed to be a voice from the vortex. Then, the pair of eyes emitted a shocking light that fell directly on Song Wu's monster body. As if adding oil to the fire, the flames on Song Wu's body burned even more fiercely, as if they were going to burn him to ashes. However, Song Wu was not burned to ashes. On the contrary, his body, which was originally 3 meters tall, swelled again and finally stabilized at 5 meters tall. His original single horn became 2 horns like the horns of a bull. Burn. It burned crazily, the dark red flames blazing fiercely, the raging flames surging wildly. When the dark red flames on the altar converged into his body, Song-woo's monster body had changed. He was now 5 meters tall, and the dark red flames continued to burn. He looked like a demon that had walked out of a magma lake. The aura he exuded was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the saber in Song-woo's right hand grew sharply and was covered with sawteeth. From time to time, drops of dark red molten iron would drip to the ground, burning through the ground and emitting shocking smoke and sizzling sounds. The sharp claws on Song-woo's left arm looked even thicker. A dark red chain was wrapped around his arm, making him look exceptionally ferocious. Chenzong's face was solemn and dignified. Pressure. His opponent's aura was extremely violent, as if it was evil from purgatory. It was so terrifying that Chenzong felt great pressure. A sharp whistle rang out as Song-woo suddenly swung his left arm. The chain wrapped around his arm instantly shot out. It was extremely quick, and contained an extremely terrifying power as it smashed towards Lin Dong in an unstoppable manner. In that instant, Chenzong's figure turned illusory and dodged the chain's attack. Then, he closed in on Song-woo. Suddenly, the light of his sword flashed, and he slashed at Song-woo. The serrated arm blade was burning with a shocking dark red flame. It suddenly slashed down. It was a simple slash, but it seemed to have sealed off everything around it. Everything was shrouded in it, and its power was incomparably tyrannical. Chop! The slash seemed to be able to split a mountain. It collided with Chenzong's swordsmanship. Chenzong immediately felt an extremely terrifying power rushing towards him. The power was several times stronger than before. Originally, Song-woo was already a top-notch half-emperor expert. After transforming into a monster, his strength had increased by more than 3 times. He had made further progress in the half-emperor level, and now he had the strength to rank among the top 100 on the Divine King list. Now, with the help of the Purgatory Demon God, his strength had increased by several times. Now, his strength was so strong that even Chenzong was extremely wary of him. Even though Chenzong had thoroughly comprehended the essence of the world sword principle, and every slash of his sword seemed to carry the power of a world. It was extremely powerful and could crush everything. But now, with the help of the so-called Purgatory Demon God's power, Song-woo's strength had become even more terrifying. He was many times stronger than Chenzong. If Chenzong's world sword principle had not been so exquisite, he would not have been able to contend with Song-woo. Fight! Chenzong attacked with all his strength, and the sword sharpening technique was also activated. Then, he slashed out horizontally, and the two of them were evenly matched. The world sword principle collided head-on. In the next moment, it transformed into the heart sword principle, and it followed a mystical trajectory and struck Song-woo's body. Puff! As if the heart sword principle hit leather, it couldn't break through Song-woo's body. It only left a sword mark. Such a powerful defense! Chenzong couldn't help but inhale a cold breath. The heart sword principle focused on sharpness, and its sharpness was shocking. However, it couldn't break through Song-woo's scales. This body was too terrifying. It must be noted that the heart sword principle was a super sun class technique, and Chenzong's swordsmanship techniques were also super sun class technique. Except for some special characteristics, their close-range power wasn't much higher than the heart sword principle. Since the heart sword principle couldn't break through Song-woo's body, it meant that other sword techniques couldn't harm him either. Could it be that he had to use the Heavenly Light sword drawing technique? The Heavenly Light sword drawing technique was a sword Dao divine technique with a very extreme offensive power. It was much more powerful than other sword Dao divine techniques of the same level. It could be said to be the most powerful offensive divine technique of the same level. Compared to the heart sword principle, the Heavenly Light sword drawing technique was more than 10 times more powerful. Chen Zong believed that the heavenly light sword drawing technique could break through Tsang Wu's tough body, but he wasn't sure if he could kill him. He wasn't sure. From the bottom of his heart, Chen Zong knew that he wasn't sure. However, even if he wasn't sure, there was still some hope. With the heart sword principle and the sword sharpening technique, Chen Zong's sword struck Tsang Wu's purgatory demonic body again. This time, the sword strike was more powerful, and it did break through Tsang Wu's purgatory demonic body. However, the damage wasn't serious. This strike was extremely domineering, and it carried with it a terrifying blazing flame. Chen Zong had no choice but to dodge. He retreated, then advanced again. In an instant, the Frostfall sword had already returned to its scabbard when Chen Zong retreated. As Chen Zong took another step forward, the Frostfall sword was suddenly unsheathed. In the middle of retreating and unsheathing, Chen Zong had already mobilized all the power in his body, and it exploded in an instant. The wholehearted realm not only made Chen Zong's power more condensed, but it also made it easier to mobilize. The instantaneous explosion was extremely powerful and shocking. He unsheathed his sword and struck. The sword light was so sharp that Tsang Wu couldn't look at it directly. He couldn't help but feel an indescribable sense of fear from the depths of his soul. However, the sword light was too fast. It was indescribably fast, and it seemed to be even faster than lightning. There was no way to dodge it. In a moment of desperation, Tsang Wu could only wave his saber horizontally in an attempt to block the sword. Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique. This Sword Dao Divine technique, Chen Zong had long cultivated it to the realm of perfection. The power of one sword strike was astonishing to the extreme. Even a sixth realm cultivator wouldn't dare to underestimate this strike, let alone a fifth realm cultivator. An absolutely tyrannical sword slashed out. In the chaotic region where space was relatively weak, this beam of sword light directly tore apart the void, creating a crack that was pitch black to the extreme, as though it wanted to devour everything. The moment the sword light and saber light collided, Tsang Wu's saber arm was cut off. The saber arm was connected to his blood vessels, and it was equivalent to a part of his body. It was extremely painful when it was cut off, but the saber arm was also extremely hard. After it was cut off, it offset most of the power of the Heavenly Light sword drawing technique. The remaining power landed on Tsang Wu's purgatory monstrous body and cut it open. However, it didn't manage to sever Tsang Wu's body. It was stuck. The Frost Stream sword was stuck in Tsang Wu's purgatory demon body. For a moment it couldn't be pulled out. Tsang Wu endured the intense pain of being injured and suddenly grabbed at Chen Zong's body with his left arm. The extremely terrifying claws were about to crush Chen Zong. Retreat. Without hesitation, Chen Zong let go of the Frost Stream sword and instantly retreated to avoid Tsang Wu's counterattack. Another sword appeared in his left hand. Although it wasn't a supreme grade Dao weapon, it was still a superior grade Dao weapon. The Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique. Now, Chen Zong's cultivation and spirit were so strong that he could use the Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique twice in an instant. He still had some left over. This sword light slashed at Tsang Wu's head. It couldn't be blocked at all. It was too fast. In just an instant, the neck of Tsang Wu's demon body was directly cut off by the sword light. The hideous head flew high into the air, but he didn't die immediately. This demon body gave him an extremely strong and vigorous vitality. Explode. Dark red flames erupted wildly. It was about to explode and kill Chen Zong. Devour. Chen Zong immediately controlled the black mark and the mysterious seed to explode with astonishing power. They directly devoured Tsang Wu's divine soul and vitality, which was equivalent to interrupting Tsang Wu's self-destruction. As soon as he devoured, Chen Zong was shocked. The divine soul of Tsang Wu's demon body was at a normal level, but the vitality in his body was comparable to that of a sixth realm expert. Under the sword chi, Song-woo's body also turned into powder, leaving no trace behind. After killing Song-woo, Chun-zong also constantly circulated his cultivation technique to recover the energy he had consumed. After using the heavenly light sword drawing technique twice in a row, although he didn't exhaust all his spirit and cultivation power, he had consumed about 70% to 80%. Chun-zong, I really didn't expect you to have cultivated the heavenly light sword drawing technique to such a level. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was a little gloomy and a little hoarse. Who's there? Chun-zong's eyes flickered with a cold light, and he immediately scanned the area. However, he didn't see anyone. The voice seemed to be coming from all directions, and it was difficult to distinguish clearly. However, with Chun-zong's superb perception, he still sensed 3 weak auras hiding not far away, separated by a wall. The battle just now was very intense, and the 3 auras were very restrained, so he didn't sense them. However, now that the battle was over, the 3 auras seemed to have strengthened a little. Chun-zong only sensed them slightly when he used all his perception. Unparalleled sword sovereign Chun-zong, everything about you ends here. The second voice sounded. It was hoarse and low, but Chun-zong could still tell that it was different from the first voice. At the same time, Chun-zong felt a chill run down his spine, causing goosebumps to appear all over his body, and his hair to stand on end. Horrifying! Extremely horrifying! However, the moment the sense of crisis appeared, there was a sudden explosion in all directions. The shocking explosion came directly from all directions and headed toward the center. A huge explosion. An earth-shattering explosion. The entire hall was in the midst of the explosion. Chun-zong hadn't recovered his strength yet, not even half of his usual strength, so he couldn't rush out in time. Chapter 2832. Explosion. There was an earth-shattering explosion. The entire palace was shattered and turned into dust. This explosion was incomparably intense and powerful. It was comparable to the attack of a 6th-level emperor. The attack of a 6th-level emperor was enough to tear apart space in the outside world. In a place like the anarchic lands where space was relatively thin, it was even easier to tear apart space. Shatter. The space in the palace shattered like porcelain, revealing a large patch of darkness that emitted a terrifying devouring power. It was like the mouth of an abyss monster that could devour everything. After a while, the black hole-like space crack quickly closed and finally disappeared. The palace was completely destroyed, leaving behind only a vacuum. The remaining aura was extremely terrifying. Not long after, 3 figures appeared at the edge of the palace. He should be dead this time. Under the power of the space crack, he must have been devoured and his soul scattered. The hatred in my heart is finally resolved. These 3 people were dressed in black robes. Their auras were faintly discernible, and they looked very unfathomable. Let's go. As soon as they finished speaking, the 3 of them immediately turned into 3 shadows and left the place at an extremely fast speed. A terrifying force was crazily attacking his body. The space energy was as sharp as a blade and nothing in the world could withstand it. Chun-zong activated the silver sword body with all his might. He took out some elixirs and consumed them to speed up the recovery of his strength and resist the devastating cutting of the space energy. However, it was difficult for him to truly resist it. The silver sword body was indeed very strong, but there was a limit to it. His body was constantly being torn open, and the wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen. The terrifying power of space invaded his body and continued to wreak havoc. The mysterious seed's life force spread throughout his body. When Chun-zong was injured, the mysterious seed's life force immediately healed him. It allowed Chun-zong to preserve his body and not be killed by the terrifying and chaotic power of space. However, the power of space here was simply too chaotic and too violent. It was several times more violent than the spatial crack Chen Zong had fled into. Chen Zong did not know if he could survive by relying on the mysterious seed's life force and his grasp of the Tao of space. He had to do his best. Chen Zong was constantly moving around to find a safe place while resisting the attack of the space force and recovering from his injuries. There was always a way out. Chen Zong's luck was not bad. Finally, he found a black hole that looked like an exit. Chen Zong took the risk and rushed into the darkness. Chen Zong's face lit up when he fell. There was no attack from the space force, which meant that he was out of danger. As for the rest, he would take it one step at a time. Chen Zong was very lucky to be able to survive the space explosion. Of course, other than luck, there was more. What mattered was his own ability, his grasp of the Tao of space, and the mysterious seed's vitality. Otherwise, he would be dead for sure. After floating in the chaotic space for a long time, the mysterious seed's life force was constantly consumed. Now, only half of it was left. Chen Zong couldn't help but feel sorry for her. In order to get that life force, he had put in a lot of effort. Now that half of it had been consumed, it would be a lie to say that he didn't feel sorry for her. However, Chen Zong did not dwell on it. After all, the life force that was consumed was used to heal and save his life. At first, he had two purposes for letting the mysterious seed devour the life force. One was to see what the mysterious seed would eventually grow into. The other was to add a life-saving card to himself. A trump card. Falling. Chen Zong kept falling. There seemed to be wind whistling in his ears. There was darkness in front of him. However, as he kept falling, the darkness seemed to be fading slowly. Chen Zong could gradually see the scenery around him. It was a very spacious place. Chen Zong looked carefully and finally saw clearly that he had landed on a mountain. Looking ahead, it was a stretch of grayish-white, as if there were countless hills rising up. There were also many withered bones scattered all over, like mountains and rivers entrenched in a long river. The sky was dark and gloomy, and the air of death was everywhere. It was like a graveyard, a huge graveyard. Chen Zong was even more shocked to find that it was not a mountain under his feet, but a huge skeleton. The skeleton was thousands of meters high. It was stuck in the ground for an unknown number of years. It was covered with a thick layer of dust and gradually condensed into the appearance of earth and stone. That was why it looked like a mountain. However, Chen Zong still perceived its original form with his super-strong perception. The skeleton that was thousands of meters high was only a section. It could be imagined how huge the body of the skeleton's owner was when he was alive. Could it be a cosmic beast? Whether it was or not, Chen Zong couldn't tell, but he was still shocked. There were countless skeletons. Under Chen Zong's sharp gaze, they were clearly revealed. Chen Zong could tell that some of these skeletons were of the same origin, which meant that they came from the same body. However, some of them were not of the same origin, which meant that they didn't belong to the same body. In other words, many giant beasts had died here. Was it a war between giant beasts? Or was it something else? He couldn't tell. Suddenly, Chen Zong's eyes flashed sharply. He stared at the dark and gloomy sky. At that moment, Chen Zong felt that he was being spied on. However, the feeling of being spied on was like the moon in the water. It disappeared in a flash. Chen Zong wasn't sure whether it was real or just an illusion. Looking away, Chen Zong became more vigilant. He accidentally fell into this place. It was like a huge graveyard of giant beasts, but he had no idea where it was. Explore. Chen Zong didn't plan to stay there. He had to find a way to leave. Since he was going to leave, he had to move and explore. Perhaps, he might even be able to obtain some sort of opportunity. With a leap, Chen Zong leaped from the skeletal mountain that was thousands of meters high and flew forward quickly. Chen Zong also spread out his divine sense and raised his perception to the maximum, carefully sensing all the fluctuations in the surroundings. His eyes were extremely sharp, as if he could see through everything. Skeletons. They were all skeletons. Skeletons were everywhere. The shortest ones were dozens of meters long and the longest ones were thousands of meters long. It was amazing. Those so-called hills were all evolved from skeletons. The more Chunzong looked, the more surprised he was. Was this really a graveyard? It was so vast that it seemed to have no end. Moreover, it was full of all kinds of skeletons. Chunzong also saw many skeletal heads that were hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters in size. He even saw a head that was tens of thousands of meters long lying on the ground. It was amazing. In addition, Chunzong had been paying attention to the feeling of being spied on. Chunzong's instinct told him that it wasn't an illusion. He was really being spied on. Unfortunately, he didn't feel that again after that. Maybe his reaction was discovered by the other party. Thinking, Chunzong kept exploring but didn't find anything. He couldn't see any living creatures at all. There were only skeletons, endless skeletons. Compared to the mystery of this place, Chunzong wanted to find the exit as soon as possible to leave this place and return to Taihao Mountain. After all, the chief elder of Tianguang Peak had gone to the Trustwind House in person to bring Yunyanxin back. If nothing unexpected happened, the chief elder of Tianguang Peak would come back within 5 years. As such, he had to return to Taihao Mountain within 5 years. In addition, the sound and explosion at the end made Chunzong smell a strong conspiracy. In Wukong territory, the so-called waiting for him for a long time meant that the people of Wukong territory already knew about his actions. He obtained this mission in Taihao Mountain. He didn't delay and acted immediately, but he was still found out. What did this mean? It was very simple. Someone deliberately leaked this mission and his whereabouts to the bandits in the Chaos Territory. And in the Wukong territory of the Chaos Territory, there were also Yao generals of the Purgatory Demon Sect. The last 3 presences, with Chunzong's strong perception, he could sense that they were not the presences of the Purgatory Demon Sect, but a somewhat familiar presences. The breaths of the Lanhai clan of Gulan Peak. Chunzong was sure that he didn't sense it wrong. The auras of the 3 people were very obscure but also very powerful. They had surpassed the 5th level, and were most likely 6th level Emperor Realm cultivators. Moreover, the aura fluctuations were clearly the aura fluctuations of the Lanhai clan. It was the power of the bloodline of the Lanhai clan. Of course, if someone disguised themselves they could do it. Chunzong's thoughts were very clear. It was normal for the Lanhai clan of Gulan Peak to hate him. After all, he had opposed them many times, and because of him, they won the peak promotion battle, which caused Gulan Peak to be demoted to a branch peak. They lost their position as the main peak and lost a large amount of resources, which would be detrimental to their future cultivation. Obstructing their path of cultivation was like killing one's parent. It was almost the same concept, but Chunzong didn't dare to imagine that the Lanhai clan would really go to this step and inform the bandits in the Chaos Territory to kill him, even including the people of the Inferno Demon Sect. Such an action was undoubtedly against the rules of Taihao Mountain. Therefore, after Chunzong left, he would return to Taihao Mountain to investigate this matter. If it was really the Lanhai clan, then Chunzong would definitely not let it go. But the most important thing now was to leave this place. If he couldn't leave, then everything else would be in vain. Chunzong was very fast. He flew through the air, crossing 10,000 meters in an instant. He kept searching, but he couldn't find anything. Skeletons, endless skeletons, and the breaths here were mainly death chi. Chunzong thought that he had fallen into the undead world of the interlayer universe. If it weren't for these skeletons, they wouldn't have moved. He kept flying forward. As he flew, Chunzong didn't calculate how far he had flown, nor did he care about how much time he had spent, because time didn't seem to exist here. In front of him, a huge figure was entrenched, which made Chunzong feel extremely shocked. What was that? It was a gigantic skeletal head. How gigantic was it? Hundreds of thousands of meters. That skull was at least several 100,000 meters in size. It was like an immemorial mountain that stretched across the land. It was extremely majestic, causing Chen Zong to be extremely shocked. Chen Zong's instincts told him that perhaps what he wanted to explore was in the area of the gigantic skull. Chapter 28:33. Chen Zong could not tell what giant beast had left behind the gigantic skull that was hundreds of thousands of meters long. The closer he got, the more oppressive he felt. Although he did not know how long it had been dead, the skull of the giant skeletal beast still exuded a terrifying aura. Even with Chen Zong's divine will, he felt that it was difficult to withstand. Chen Zong's divine will was extremely strong, and his essence, qi, and spirit were even more powerful. Even so, he had to be careful in resisting it. If it were any other fifth realm cultivator, they would not be able to get close at all. Facing this terrifying aura, Chen Zong flew into the skull's eye socket. Although it was just an eye socket, it was still extremely huge. After flying into it, the aura weakened. Although it was just an eye socket, it was like a huge cave. Chen Zong spent a lot of time to really cross it and fly into the skull. As he flew forward, the light inside the skull was a little dim, but Chen Zong could still see clearly. In addition, Chen Zong also instinctively felt that the aura here was different. It was filled with the rich aura of the space Tao. Moreover, the deeper he flew, the stronger the aura of the space Tao Chen Zong could feel. Chen Zong could not help but reveal a look of joy. Could there be some kind of opportunity that was related to the space Tao in this place? Was it a treasure? Or an inheritance? Finally, Chen Zong saw a figure in front of him. It was a circular platform that resembled an altar. It was about 10 meters in size and 3 meters in height. There were 9 5-meter-tall obelisks erected around it. Each obelisk was engraved with mysterious patterns and exuded the aura of the space Tao. It was very mysterious. In the middle of the altar sat a skinny figure in tattered robes. His grayish-white hair scattered, covering his head and face. It hung directly on the altar. The spatial divine runes on the 9 obelisks glowed faintly, and the runes on the altar glowed faintly as well. The aura of the Tao of space emanated from the 9 obelisks and the altar. That withered body was filled with a deathly stillness, without the slightest bit of vitality. Chen Zong didn't know how long it had been dead, but he didn't smell any decaying aura. On the contrary, other than the deathly stillness, it seemed even more peaceful. After observing for a while, Chen Zong stepped forward step by step and approached the figure. Senior. Even though he could feel that this body had withered and was deathly still, Chen Zong still tried to call out. Chen Zong could not let his guard down at all in such a place and with such people. Suddenly, something strange happened. The body seemed to tremble slightly, as if it was about to come to life. Chen Zong suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyes narrowed to the extreme, as sharp as the edge of a sword. In an instant, an illusory figure appeared on the withered body. That illusory figure was as thin as smoke, like the flame of a candle in the wind. It looked as if it would be extinguished by a gust of wind. But Chen Zong did not dare to underestimate it. You have the Tao of space, and you are able to come to me. You must be a fated person, the illusory figure said. His voice passed through the void and entered Chen Zong's ears in a strange way. Senior, may I know who you are? Chen Zong asked. I am the great sage of Hong Kong, the illusory figure said with a smile. In his words there seemed to be lofty sentiments, but there was also a kind of sorrow of a hero past his prime. No matter what, the glory was in the past. Now, he had died long ago. What was left was only a wisp of his remnant soul consciousness. And this wisp of remnant soul consciousness was constantly being worn down with the passage of time. Now, it was like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. If more time passed, this wisp of remnant soul consciousness would be completely worn down and disappear completely. The great sage of Hong Kong. Who was this? Chen Zong did not know because he had never heard of him. But the words great sage meant that this person was a saint-level expert. Even the weakest saint-level expert was an expert who stood at the top of the universe. He was a super-existence whose life level surpassed the emperor level. In an instant, Chen Zong even had more associations. The great sage of Hong Kong was a saint-level expert who had mastered the great way of space. A saint-level expert who had mastered the great way of space. Wasn't this an opportunity? Thinking of this, Chen Zong was a little excited, but it was only a little, and he soon calmed down. First, Chen Zong's current state of mind was extraordinary. Second, what he had not gotten was not his, so there was nothing to be happy about. This wisp of remnant soul consciousness of mine will not exist for long. Long story short. The wisp of remnant soul consciousness of the great sage of Hong Kong immediately said, I have been dead for many years. Back then, I fought with many giant beasts to snatch the primordial saint essence of the Deshang stage. That battle evolved into a chaotic battle with the universe's fierce demons and dark demons. Primordial saint essence. These 4 words made Chen Zong's heart tremble. Wasn't that one of the treasures he needed to cultivate the 3rd level of the sword body of gods and demons? Could it be that he could obtain it here? Chen Zong was personally involved in the Fiend God Sword Codex's tyrannical power, so he was very clear about it. Currently, he had only mastered the 2nd stage, but he already possessed extremely terrifying power. If he mastered the 3rd stage, his cultivation strength would directly increase by many times. At that time, his overall strength would also increase by a lot, and his strength would become even more tyrannical and astonishing. This was the foundation of strength. Therefore, Chen Zong wanted to cultivate the 3rd level very much. Of course, he also wanted to cultivate the 4th level. However, he had not even mastered the 3rd level yet. Forget about the 4th level. He could only think about the 4th level after mastering the 3rd level. Moreover, the cultivation of the 3rd level was so difficult. The cultivation of the 4th level would be many times more difficult than the 3rd level. Chen Zong did not think so much now. He would cultivate the 3rd level first. However, Chen Zong had already prepared all the treasures he needed to cultivate the 3rd level of the sword body of gods and demons. He only needed the last one, which was the most difficult to obtain. The primordial saint essence. This treasure was not in Taihao Mountain. Chen Zong had also inquired about it, but he had not found anything. He did not expect to hear about the primordial saint essence here. It was really unexpected. Chen Zong suppressed his excitement and listened to Great Sage Hong Kong's story. Great Sage Hong Kong's story was brief and concise. He did not go into details, but Chen Zong could clearly understand the content of Great Sage Hong Kong's words. Many years ago, Great Sage Hong Kong had discovered the primordial saint essence at the Deshang stage. The primordial saint essence at the Deshang stage was extremely powerful and had the power of a saint. It was also of great value to a saint expert. Great Sage Hong Kong's cultivation had some deviations at that time. He needed the help of the primordial saint essence to eliminate his shortcomings and improve his cultivation. However, the primordial saint essence also attracted a group of ancient beasts to fight for it. Ancient beasts were powerful beasts that possessed the bloodline of cosmic beasts. Powerful ancient beasts could also possess the strength of a saint. In addition to ancient beasts, there were also powerful cosmic beasts and dark demons that had come to fight for the innate saint essence. That battle had caused the sky to darken and the earth to collapse. The void had been completely shattered. It was extremely terrifying. Countless cosmic beasts, dark demons, and ancient beasts had died in that battle. There had even been a cosmic beast. Great Sage Hong Kong had used all his strength in that battle. In the end, the primordial saint essence had been shattered. Great Sage Hun Kong had obtained a fragment of the primordial saint essence, but the rest had escaped. Great Sage Hun Kong had also been severely injured in that battle. His injuries were so severe that he could not be healed unless he had the complete primordial saint essence. However, he had only obtained fragments, which could barely be counted as 1/10 of the primordial saint essence. Great Sage Hun Kong knew that he was going to die and that he did not have much time left. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. He could only lay down all kinds of methods and use the last of his strength to leave behind his legacy. Chernzong finally knew the origin of the Chaos Domain. The Chaos Domain had not existed a long time ago. It had only appeared because Great Sage Hun Kong had fought against ancient beasts, cosmic beasts, cosmic beasts, cosmic beasts, and dark demons for the primordial saint essence. Countless voids had been shattered, and the destruction had eventually formed the unique environment of the Chaos Domain. Great Sage Hun Kong had also left behind some opportunities in the Chaos Domain. For example, the spatial divine art inheritance and the space breaking ring that Chernzong had obtained had been left behind by Great Sage Hun Kong. Of course, this wasn't the only place where he had left behind his legacy. There were other places that Chernzong had not found. Some of them were still there, while others had been found before. However, the true legacy was here, in the Great Necropolis. Countless corpses of cosmic beasts and cosmic beasts were buried in this tomb. There was also the corpse of a cosmic beast. For example, the head that was hundreds of thousands of meters long had been left behind by that cosmic beast. The life force of the cosmic beast was astonishing. Even if it died, its remaining life force would still last for a long time. Fortunately, the Great Sage of Hun Kong had kept its head and used it as the core. He then used a special secret technique to build a life-prolonging altar. Through the head of the cosmic beast, he could absorb the remaining life force of all the corpses in the great tomb and gather it into the head of the cosmic beast. Then, through the altar, he could fuse it into the body of the cosmic beast to ensure that it could last for a long time. The purpose of this was naturally to wait for a fated person to come and pass on his spatial Tao. However, the Great Tomb was located in a mezzanine of the universe, a mezzanine between the mezzanine and the inner universe. It was also connected to the anarchic land. The anarchic lands had an extremely unique environment, which led to many people coming here in search of opportunities but to no avail. Time was long and eroded everything. The remaining vitality of all the corpses in the Great Tomb was eventually absorbed. Great Sage Hun Kong could no longer hold on. His body died, leaving only his soul behind. However, the soul could not live forever. It would also be slowly consumed until it was completely exhausted. Now, his soul was just a strand of remnant soul. At most, it could last for another 100 years before it dissipated. Fortunately, you're here. Great Sage Hun Kong sighed. He felt that there was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. Not only did someone come here before his remnant soul dissipated, this person had also mastered the spatial Tao and was the most suitable person to pass on his spatial Tao. If the person who came did not master the spatial Tao, it would be fine. However, when passing on the legacy, it would be relatively slower. Chapter 2834. A fist-sized, 36-sided transparent, silver-colored crystal rose from the withered body of the chaotic void Grand Sage. It radiated layers of silver-colored light. That silver-colored light appeared ethereal and ethereal. It was so dazzling and enchanting as it illuminated the surroundings. An astonishing aura of the great way of space spread out from the 36-sided crystal. Chen Zong's eyes were attracted to it, and his heart beat wildly. Space crystal. This was a space crystal, a fist-sized space crystal, and its value was astonishing. No, Chernzong sensed it more carefully. He was sure that it was not a simple space crystal, but a space origin crystal that was of a higher level. Crystal and origin crystal were 2 words apart, but the difference was like heaven and earth. It was like the difference between the 5th realm and the 6th realm. The value of an origin crystal was at least 100 times that of a space crystal. This origin crystal is the inheritance crystal that I made, Great Sage Hun Kong said with a sigh. Great Saint Hun Kong sighed. The Shadow's eyes were filled with reluctance and expectation. Since you're here, I'll leave the inheritance crystal to you. With that, the inheritance crystal flew to Chernzong, stopped in front of Chernzong, and slowly landed. Chernzong immediately reached out to catch it. As soon as he touched it, Chernzong immediately felt an extremely strong aura of the great way of space sweep over him. If you want to leave this tomb, you must first accept the inheritance and have a deeper understanding of the great way of space. The great sage of Hong Kong said, "This remnant soul of mine can use its last bit of strength to help you accept the inheritance. Do you have any other questions?" Great Sage Hun Kong asked finally. "Senior, where is the Connate Saint essence now?" Chernzong asked. Compared to Great Sage Hun Kong's inheritance, Chernzong wanted the Connate Saint essence more. This was because the Connate Saint essence was related to his cultivation of the 3rd level of the Celestial Demon Sword Codex. It was the fundamental power and the foundation. It was completely different from the inheritance of the Space Origin Crystal. Of course, it would be best if he could get both. However, if he had to choose one, Chernzong would choose the Connate Saint essence. The innate Saint essence is broken. I only have one fragment here. The remnant soul of the great Saint of Huankong replied. Then, a translucent fragment rose from the withered body of the great Saint of Huankong. It was like a lotus leaf, and the aura it gave off was incomparably divine and ethereal. It seemed like it could sort out all chaos, merge all conflict and rejection, and reforge the world. "Thank you, Senior." Chernzong was overjoyed when the innate Saint essence fragment fell into his hands. Although it was only a fragment, it was enough for him to reach the 3rd level of the Celestial Demon Sword body. After all, it was a fragment of a Desheng stage innate Saint essence. It was no weaker than a newly born innate Saint essence. The 3rd level of the Celestial Demon Sword body only required a newly born innate Saint essence. With the innate Saint essence in hand, he had gathered everything he needed to reach the 3rd level of the sword body. All that was left was to cultivate. But now, Chernzong decided to accept the great Saint of Huankong's Space Great Tao inheritance first. After putting away the innate Saint essence, Chernzong picked up the inheritance crystal. His essence, qi and spirit poured into it instantly. Instantly, the inheritance crystal shone brightly. Layers of light spread out and covered Chernzong. The inheritance crystal slowly floated to Chernzong's glabella. The moment it touched Chernzong's glabella, it seemed to melt into Chernzong's glabella. At the same time, the remnant soul of the great Saint of Huankong smiled and started burning. Sacrifice. He was burning himself for the inheritance. There was a blur in front of his eyes. It was as if the world had been created, and also as if time and space had changed. Chernzong found himself leaving the skull of the skeletal beast and appearing in a void. A figure condensed in front of him. It was a figure in a silver-gray robe. It looked the same as the remnant soul just now. It was the great Saint of Huankong. "Senior." Chernzong immediately bowed. He was not worried that the other party would try to take over his body. Generally speaking, such a situation could be an inheritance, or it could be a trap set up by the other party to take over his body and live another life. But Chernzong was not afraid. Why was he not afraid? It was because of the mysterious black mark. The black mark gave Chernzong great confidence. If the other party dared to take over his body, he would be devoured by the black mark. In fact, if Chen Zong had not pressed it down, the black mark would have already taken action and devoured the remnant soul of the great saint of Huankong. Therefore, if the remnant soul of the great saint of Huankong dared to take over Chen Zong's body, it would become food for the black mark. It would become a resource for Chen Zong to improve his essence, qi and spirit. The spiritual soul of a saint-level expert, even if it was only a remnant soul, was incomparable to an emperor-level expert. After devouring it, there would be great benefit. Don't say anything. Watch my technique. The voice of the great saint of Huankong sounded. Immediately, his silver-gray robe and long hair fluttered in the absence of wind. His eyes shone with an incomparably deep light. Then, he stretched out a finger and pointed directly at Chen Zong. In just an instant, Chen Zong felt that he and the void around him were fixed. A finger-pointing technique. This was the spatial divine technique that he had inherited. It was indeed the divine technique of the great saint of Huankong. However, Chen Zong had already cultivated this finger-pointing technique to the perfection realm. However, as the mystery of the finger-pointing technique poured in, Chen Zong immediately realized that the finger-pointing technique that he had comprehended and cultivated was not perfect. There was still a lot of room for improvement. Chen Zong was secretly delighted. As long as he mastered it, the power of the finger-pointing technique could be increased by another 30% under the same consumption of power. After the finger-pointing technique, the great saint of Huankong's expression turned serious. The light in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. The second finger condensed an even stronger power and pointed out in an instant. Silently, as the finger pointed out, the void in front of him suddenly split open, as if it had been cut open by an invisible sharp blade. At the same time, the corresponding information appeared in Chen Zong's mind. A finger-pointing technique. This divine technique was at the same level as the finger-pointing technique, but the effect was different. It was an offensive divine technique. When used, it would tear the void apart to kill the target. Then, the third finger was raised and pointed again. Shatter. A large part of the void was directly shattered, revealing a pitch-black area. It was as if a giant beast had opened its mouth and swallowed everything. The third finger, a finger-pointing technique. This was also an offensive divine art, but it was different from the sky-splitting finger technique. The finger-pointing technique was a one-sided attack, and its attack range was limited. On the other hand, the finger-pointing technique was a larger attack range. Each had its own merit. The finger-pointing technique, the finger-pointing technique, and the finger-pointing technique were the great saint of Huankong's Huankong 3 moves of Huankong. They were the foundation of his great way of Huankong. It was also the technique that the great saint of Huankong used the most when he was in the emperor and emperor realm. He created it himself and perfected it again and again until it reached the extreme. It became the foundation of his great way of Huankong. You are in the 5th realm. The 3 moves of Huankong are enough for you to comprehend. The great saint of Huankong smiled and said, "When you completely master these 3 fingers, you can receive the next step of the inheritance." With that, the remnant soul of the great saint of Huankong condensed into a point and charged directly at Chen Zong. Chen Zong immediately felt that it contained the profound mysteries of the great way of space. All kinds of spiritual light appeared one after another. It was the accumulation of the great saint of Huankong's experience and skills in comprehending the great way of space. It could help Chen Zong better understand the great way of space. In addition, it also sealed the more profound applications after the 3 moves of Huankong. However, Chen Zong's current realm was too low. His understanding of the great way of space was not at a high enough level to withstand the subsequent mysteries. However, the 3 moves of Huankong, or the 3 fingers of Huankong, were enough for Chen Zong now. In a trance, Chen Zong's consciousness returned. When he opened his eyes, He was back in the head of the cosmic beast. However, the altar in front of him had lost all its light. The figure on the altar had also disappeared without a trace. It was like an illusion, but also not an illusion. In Chen Zong's mind, there was indeed the information of the 3 fingers of Huankong. It contained all its contents and mysteries. "Thank you, Senior." Chen Zong sighed softly. He was very grateful to the great saint of Huankong. In addition to the 3 fingers of Huankong, there was also the great saint of Huankong's understanding of the great way of space. In addition, there was also a way to leave the great tomb. However, if one wanted to leave the great tomb, one had to meet one of the 2 conditions. The first condition was to completely master the 3 fingers of Huankong and integrate the mysteries of the 3 fingers. Only then could one break through a space in the great tomb and leave this place. The second condition was to have the attack power of an Emperor Realm Master. Of course, one also had to master the great way of space. With these 2 combined, one could break through that space and leave this place. Calculating the time, I have left Taihao Mountain for less than a year. It will be at least 2 or 3 years before Nianxin comes to Taihao Mountain. Then I will use these 2 or 3 years to cultivate well, Chen Zong said to himself. This place was extremely hidden. No one could disturb him. Moreover, the people of the Lanhai clan were targeting him. If he left now, it was difficult to guarantee that he would not be targeted again. Strength. One must have great strength to face all dangers. Of course, he was now in the 5th realm. If he wanted to break through to the 6th realm, it would not be so easy. After all, from the 5th realm to the 6th realm was a qualitative change, a real transformation. It was not something that could be broken through when the conditions were right. Breakthroughs below the 6th realm were natural breakthroughs. They were breakthroughs that would not be obstructed. However, breakthroughs to the 6th realm were tribulations or disasters. One had to go through the tribulations to truly break through. Although he could not break through in his cultivation, Chen Zong could break through in other aspects and increase his strength. The 3rd level of the Fiend God Sword Codex. If he mastered the 3rd level of the Fiend God Sword Codex, his strength would definitely increase by many times. When that time came, his strength would be even more tyrannical. When he exploded, he might even reach the 6th realm. Without hesitation, Chen Zong immediately took out all the treasures that he had prepared and began to cultivate the 3rd level of the Fiend God Sword Body. Only by mastering the 3rd level of the Fiend God Sword Body could he cultivate the 3rd level of the Fiend God Sword Origin. This was because only the 3rd level of the sword body could withstand the power of the 3rd level of the Fiend God Sword Origin and truly master the 3rd level of the Fiend God Sword Codex. Chapter 2835. In the center of the tomb of Great Saint Hun Kong, inside the skull of the cosmic beast, a figure sat cross-legged in the air. His body was covered in strands of silvery white divine runes, but a faint golden color was growing at the ends of the silvery white divine runes. 3rd level of the sword body, heavenly gold. Bronze, silver, and heavenly gold were the first 3 levels of the sword body. Chen Zong had started to cultivate the heavenly gold sword body, the 3rd level of the sword body. When all the silvery white divine runes on his body turned golden, it meant that Chen Zong had cultivated the heavenly gold sword body. Chen Zong had thought that he would only have a chance to cultivate the 3rd level of the sword technique after he reached the 6th level. After all, he would be an emperor-level cultivator by then, and he would be more powerful. Only then would he have the confidence to travel the universe and search for the Khanate Saint essence. Who would have thought that he would end up here, in the tomb of Great Saint Hun Kong, and get such an opportunity to cultivate the 3rd level of the sword body, the heavenly gold sword body. Chen Zong kept cultivating. In the pure realm, he didn't meditate on anything else. He focused all his efforts on cultivating the heavenly gold sword body, and the efficiency was amazing. The silvery white divine runes changed at an amazing speed. Gradually, they were dyed with a thin layer of gold. The gold also became clearer and thicker. Finally, all the silvery white divine runes turned golden. The gold wasn't as tacky as gold, but a color that was close to platinum. It was filled with endless sharpness. The heavenly gold sword body was cultivated today. Immediately, Chen Zong opened his eyes and a whitish gold light shot out like the edge of a sword. It pierced through the air and pierced through everything. His sword intent surged as well, soaring into the sky. It was actually twice as powerful as before. Chen Zong's sword will had already surpassed the 5th level and reached the 6th level. It was very shocking. Now, because he had cultivated the heavenly gold sword body, his sword will had been strengthened, and its power had doubled. Not to mention other things, just the doubling of sword will's power had greatly increased Chen Zong's strength. Moreover, when Chen Zong clenched his fist slightly, it felt as if the space was about to be crushed. The power was extremely shocking, and it was more than 10 times stronger than before. The heavenly gold sword body was indeed far superior to the silver sword body. There was a huge difference. Now, I'll first familiarize myself with the power of the heavenly gold sword body before training in the 3rd stage of the Fiend God Sword Essence. Chen Zong said to himself. The 3rd level of the Fiend God Sword Origin was even more powerful than the 2nd level. Otherwise, it wouldn't require the heavenly gold sword body to withstand it. Not long after, Chen Zong had familiarized himself with the power of the heavenly gold sword body and began to cultivate the 3rd stage of the Godly Devil Sword Essence. Godly Demon Sword Energy, also known as Star-Shattering Sword Energy. Mountain-crushing, sea-splitting, star-shattering, each tier was stronger than the last, and their power was even more shocking. The sea-splitting sword energy continued to circulate and condense at an astonishing speed. When the first strand of star-breaking sword energy was condensed, Chen Zong could feel the monstrous divine power contained in it. That kind of sword power was extremely powerful and sharp, as if it could destroy the stars and the moon. It was extremely shocking. The first strand of star-shattering sword essence appeared, followed by the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th strands. More and more sea-splitting sword essence transformed into star-breaking sword essence. Although the number had decreased, the power had increased by many times. Time passed. In the end, Chen Zong's extremely majestic ocean-splitting sword energy completely transformed into star-breaking sword energy. Within Chen Zong's body, little cold stars flickered endlessly. They were like starlight, emitting an extremely shocking aura. It was as if they could destroy everything. Their might was extremely shocking. It was the star-shattering sword origin. A little starlight represented a strand of star-breaking sword origin. Chen Zong's mighty sea-splitting sword origin had completely transformed into star-breaking sword origin. There were a total of 9,999 strands. The star-breaking sword origin's sword power was shocking, and the aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. Chen Zong couldn't help but be secretly shocked. No wonder only the heavenly gold sword body could withstand the star-breaking sword origin. It was too powerful, and the silver sword body couldn't withstand it at all. It would be destroyed directly. With a thought, a speck of starlight drifted out and instantly appeared at the tip of Chen Zong's finger. As it flickered, it emanated an extremely shocking and sharp divine might that seemed capable of tearing and piercing through everything. There was even an extremely shocking explosive force contained within it. Once it was released, it would be able to destroy everything. Chen Zong was even more shocked. The mountain-crushing sword energy was the power of the 1st tier of the Godly Demon Sword Codex, while the sea-splitting sword energy was the power of the 2nd tier. However, they were far inferior to the star-breaking sword origin of the 3rd tier. One sword to crush a mountain, one sword to split the sea, and one sword to break a star. The mountain-crushing and sea-splitting belonged to the same essential level, But the star-breaking sword origin had surpassed this essential level. Mountains and seas were both located in a world or in a star. However, a star could contain and surpass mountains and seas. Chunzong deeply felt the difference between the first and second tier of the godly demon sword codex. It was a kind of sublimation, an extreme sublimation. In other words, the power of the third tier of the godly demon sword codex was far superior to the second tier. In theory, the third tier of the godly demon sword body is equivalent to the acquired divine body. However, when combined with the third tier of the godly demon sword energy, the complete third tier of the godly demon sword codex is superior to the acquired divine body. It's comparable to an ordinary innate divine body. Chunzong thought to himself. The innate divine body was extremely shocking and had endless potential. Even if it was an ordinary innate divine body, it was extremely rare and shocking. With such a divine body, it was destined that one would be able to reach the top in the future and step foot into the high and mighty saint-level domain. In addition, developing the potential of the divine body was the best way to increase one's power. Every innate divine body owner, as long as they were willing to work hard, could grow and become extremely powerful. It would be easy for them to be in the top 10 of the Divine General ranking list, Sir God ranking list, Divine King ranking list, etc. They could even kill strong enemies of a higher cultivation level with their lower cultivation level. They could also master the divine skill before reaching the appropriate level. For example, every innate divine body owner could master the corresponding divine skill at the 5th tier and give full play to the power that exceeded the limit. Some strong innate divine bodies could even master the divine skill at the 4th tier, just like the God-destroying king. Then, Chunzong's physique had caught up with those innate divine bodies. Even though it wasn't as good as the top innate divine body like the reincarnation divine body, Chunzong's overall power was strong enough to defeat the God-destroying king, who had a top body. Not to mention then, his overall power had increased tremendously. Strong. Regardless of whether it was the heavenly gold sword body or the star destruction sword origin, Chunzong felt an indescribable strength. With such strong power, he still needed to cultivate for a while to master it completely. Then, he could give full play to its power and give full play to its extreme. He drew his sword and performed with his sword principle to assist in the mastery of the power and strengthen its application. Heart sword principle and world sword principle were performed over and over again. Chunzong used the power of the star destruction sword origin and consumed a bit of starlight. When he swung his sword, the sword light was extremely condensed. It was like a bit of platinum starlight that swept past. In an instant there was a mark in the space. Such strong power! Chunzong couldn't help but be shocked. In the past, if he wanted to use his sword principle to leave a mark in the space, he would have to perform the 6th stage of the sword sharpening skill. But then, he only swung his sword with the star destruction sword origin. Moreover, he didn't activate the heavenly gold sword body and raise the power to its extreme. Such a sword was even more shocking than the 6th stage of the sword sharpening skill when he used all his strength. Such power surpassed all 5th realms and set foot on the threshold of 6th realms. A 5th realms could exert the power of a 6th realms attack. It was undoubtedly heaven-defying. It was even more unbelievable and shocking than a 4th realms being able to kill a 5th realms. Casually performing a sword principle had the power of a 6th realm. If he used all his strength, it would be the real power of a 6th realm. Chunzong couldn't help but smile. Lan Hai clan, I'm afraid you didn't expect this either. Chunzong sneered. The Lan Hai clan wanted to get rid of him, but he didn't expect that not only did he not die, but he also gained a blessing in disguise. He obtained the Khanate Saint essence, and mastered the 3rd stage of the sword principle of the god and demon. Although his cultivation base didn't improve, his strength increased tenfold. It was extremely shocking. Not only that, but he also obtained the inheritance of Supreme Saint Hun Kong. I'll take this opportunity to practice the Finger of the Void cracking skill and the Finger of the Void shattering skill. Chen Zong threw away all distracting thoughts and immediately began to comprehend. Under the wholehearted realm, with the foundation of the Finger of the Void finger-pointing skill and Supreme Saint Hun Kong's understanding and experience of the great Tao of space, Chen Zong's efficiency in comprehending the Finger of the Void splitting skill was amazing. It didn't take long for him to comprehend the mystery. Split. Chen Zong softly spat out a word and then drew a line with his finger. With a silent finger, the void 10 meters in front of him was suddenly cut open like a thin piece of paper by an invisible sharp blade. A trace of a meter long was suddenly cut open. It was pitch black like ink, and there were wisps of shocking aura spreading out from it. Chen Zong couldn't help but be shocked. This finger was only at the initial stage of cultivation and could barely be considered a beginner, but it was enough to tear open the void. It was several times more powerful than his previous sword. No wonder it was a spatial divine art. If it was cultivated to the realm of greater mastery or perfection, its power would increase to an unknown level. Overjoyed, Chen Zong continued to cultivate. With the foundation, extraordinary comprehension, and various conditions, Chen Zong didn't encounter the slightest bottleneck in comprehending the Finger of the Void splitting skill. Under the cultivation, his progress was amazing. It was only a matter of time before he cultivated it to perfection. Of course, it wasn't so easy to reach perfection. It required a kind of sublimation. After cultivating the Finger of the Void splitting skill to greater mastery, Chen Zong stopped and began to cultivate the Finger of the Void shattering skill. Chapter 28:36. The altar was used to absorb the remaining vitality of all the skeletons in the tomb to maintain the vitality and even the soul of great sage Hun Kong. This altar was also the only way out of the tomb. Chen Zong activated the space Tao to the extreme. His eyes flickered with silver light as he stared at the altar. Suddenly, a ripple seemed to appear on the altar. According to great sage Hun Kong, there were 2 ways to leave the great tomb. The first was to cultivate the Hun Kong 3 fingers to perfection and then fuse its essence to leave through the altar. The second was to combine the Tao of space and use the offensive power of the 6th level to forcefully break through. Chen Zong chose the latter. Although Chen Zong could also do the former, it would take a lot of time. After all, Chen Zong had only cultivated the finger-pointing technique to perfection. It would take a lot of time to cultivate the finger space cracking technique and the finger space shattering technique to perfection. Moreover, perfection was not the end. He still had to integrate the mystery of the Hun Kong 3 fingers, which would take a lot of time. Relatively speaking, the second method was simpler. This was because Chen Zong could now unleash the attack power of the 6th realm even though he was still at the 5th realm. He drew his sword. In an instant, a dazzling platinum gold light burst out from the sword. It was extremely condensed and seemed to be able to destroy the stars and the moon. The Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique. The Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique executed with the star-shattering sword essence was not only many times more powerful, but it also consumed less energy than before. The Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique was a sword Tao divine technique that belonged to the 6th realm. Chen Zong was able to master it in advance, but every time he executed it, it consumed a lot of energy. Although his cultivation was still at the 5th realm, his sword essence had surpassed the 5th realm and reached the 6th realm because of the breakthrough in the Sword God and Demon Sword Codex. The combination of the 6th realm sword essence, the 6th realm essence, Qi, and spirit, as well as the power of the sixth realm allowed him to truly execute the heavenly light sword drawing technique and maximize its power while also reducing his energy consumption. The space didn't change in the slightest and wasn't torn apart. However, when the sword light hit the space inside the altar was torn apart and shattered without any delay. A pitch-black crack instantly appeared. As it rotated, it looked like a door. Sheathing his sword, Chen Zong took a step forward. It was as if he had traveled through endless time and space. He suddenly rushed into the pitch-black door. His figure was directly swallowed up and disappeared. Colorful lights flickered incessantly, like a grotesque passage leading to an endless place. Chen Zong's expression was solemn as he kept flying forward. Quick! The speed was extremely fast. Great Sage Hun Kong's tomb was located between the interlayer and the inner layer of the universe. It would not be easy to return to the outer layer of the universe. Fortunately, Great Sage Hun Kong had already made all the necessary preparations. He had built a passage, a hidden door, that could return from the tomb to the chaos region. In this passage, Chen Zong couldn't feel the passage of time. He just kept moving forward. With the protection of the door, Chen Zong wouldn't be strangled by the endless power of space like before. He didn't know how much time had passed or how far he had flown. Finally, a light appeared in front of him. It was a door that rippled like water. Chen Zong rushed into the rippling door and rushed out again in an instant. It was a void with weak spatial strength. Chen Zong had a feeling that he could break the space and create a crack with a casual strike. With a thought, Chen Zong immediately drew a line with his finger. It was just an ordinary finger, and he didn't use the way of space. However, it broke the space in front of him, and a crack with a diameter of half a meter appeared. Chen Zong couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. In this way, in the chaos region, if he casually attacked, the space would shatter. If he wasn't careful, he might even be affected. To a certain extent, although he was in the fifth realm, he was equivalent to the sixth realm. In this way, it would be difficult to clean up the remaining bandit. Of course, there was another reason, and that was the Purgatory Demon Sect. The Purgatory Demon Sect had probably already intervened in the Chaos region. Thinking about it, even if the mission failed, there would be no punishment. Besides, there was no time limit for the mission. Without hesitation, Chen Zong immediately left the Chaos region and flew toward Mount Taihao. His speed was much faster than before. In the Lan Hai clan of Gulan Peak. Oh no, Chen Zong isn't dead. Damn it, how could he still be alive after such an explosion? The expressions of the elders changed drastically. Previously, Chen Zong was caught in the big explosion and accidentally wandered into the tomb of Great Saint Hun Kong. He was in the interlayer between the middle layer and the inner layer of the universe, far away from the outer layer and beyond the control of the universe's will. Therefore, on the God King list, Chen Zong's name dimmed as if he was dead. But now, his name was shining again, indicating that not only was Chen Zong still alive, but he had also returned to the outer layer of the universe. This was definitely not good news for the Lan Hai clan of Gulan Peak. On the contrary, it was very bad news. Immediately make the three of them cultivate in seclusion. The eyes of the first elder of Gulan Peak flashed as he gave the order without hesitation. There's no need for that. Even if Chen Zong is still alive, he won't know, the second elder said. It's better to be safe than sorry. The first elder only said 4 words. The second elder didn't say anything else. He immediately ordered the 3 people who attacked Chen Zong to cultivate in seclusion so that they wouldn't be found. At the same time, they were also very depressed. This was a great opportunity to target Chen Zong. They could have gotten rid of him, and in fact, they almost did. After all, Chen Zong was caught in the big explosion. Under such circumstances, even a 6th realm cultivator would find it difficult to survive. But for some reason, Chernzong was still alive. Could it be that this was the luck of the universe? Was it that good to be lucky? But no matter what, their operation had failed. Chernzong was indeed still alive and was about to return. Now, they had to draw a line between them and pretend that they didn't know about this. They couldn't leak anything either. Otherwise, once they were found out, the rules of Taihao Mountain were not to be trifled with. Not long after, Chernzong left the Chaos region and returned to Taihao Mountain. He went directly to the Tianguang Peak Lord's residence. Although Chernzong wanted to investigate the Lan Hai clan of Gulan Peak to see if they were targeting him, it wasn't that easy. Therefore, Chernzong went to the Tianguang Peak Lord first. "Have you completed your mission?" the Tianguang Peak Lord asked. "Not yet," Chernzong replied. Then, he told him about what happened in the Chaos region. Of course, Chernzong didn't mention Great Sage Hun Kong and the others. He only said that he was very lucky and didn't die in the explosion. Instead, he relied on the Space Dao and Sword Dao origin power to survive. He also spent a lot of time recovering from his injuries before returning. The Lan Hai clan of Gulan Peak. The Tianguang Peak Lord heard Chernzong's story and couldn't help but feel scared. Fortunately, Chernzong was very lucky. Otherwise, he really might have been killed this time. The Tianguang Peak Lord didn't suspect that Chernzong was lying when he sensed the Lan Hai clan's aura. On the contrary, he felt that it was possible. However, it was difficult to judge if the Inferno Demon sect was involved. Could the Lan Hai clan of Gulan Peak be so daring as to collude with the Inferno Demon sect? They didn't know that if their actions were leaked, the experts of Taihao Mountain would directly take action and wipe out the Lan Hai clan. "Come with me to see the founding elders." The Tianguang Peak Lord's expression was somewhat serious. This was no small matter. No matter how serious it was, it couldn't be overdone. The Tianguang Peak Lord didn't want to see an ordinary founding elder. He wanted to see the first founding elder. Among the many founding elders of Taihao Mountain, the one with the most power and prestige was the first founding elder. Other than being the oldest among the founding elders, it was also because he was the most powerful among the founding elders. He was a saint-level expert. As the Tianguang Peak Lord, it wasn't easy for him to meet the first founding elder. However, when he reported something important and so on, the Tianguang Peak Lord and Chernzong both met the first founding elder before long. "What's the matter?" the first founding elder asked. His gaze swept over them and fell on Chernzong. He was slightly stunned. As a saint-level expert, he could naturally see the level of Chernzong's cultivation at a glance. He could even see more than that. For example, Chernzong's body was extremely strong. It was far stronger than a fifth-realm cultivator, and could even rival a sixth-realm cultivator. For example, the aura within Chernzong's body was extremely strong. It was also stronger than a fifth-realm cultivator, and could rival a sixth-realm cultivator. This made the first founding elder extremely shocked. After less than 200 years, he saw Chernzong again. Chernzong's cultivation was still at the fifth realm, but his strength, be it cultivation strength or physical strength, had all surpassed the fifth realm. It was enough to rival an ordinary sixth realm cultivator. It was extremely shocking. Not only that, but there seemed to be an extremely mysterious power entrenched within Chernzong's body. That power was condensed to the extreme. It seemed to have turned into a singularity that could condense and control everything. It then spread out and filled Chernzong's entire body. It was as if it had become one with him. It was as if he had formed a world of his own. It was extremely mysterious. It was as if Chernzong's body had evolved into a small world of its own and was circulating on its own. It was extremely mysterious. Although he was surprised, the first founding elder didn't show it. First founding elder, Chernzong is the one who is most familiar with this matter. "Let him repeat it again," said the Tianguang Peak Lord. Chernzong took a step forward. Without any fear, he immediately repeated what he had said to the Tianguang Peak Lord. At the same time, he also concealed the opportunity of Great Saint Huankong, the Khanate Saint Essence, and so on, because those had nothing to do with this matter. The main point of this matter was that the demon general of the Inferno Demon Gate had appeared in the Chaos territory. It was also because he had sensed the 3 auras of the Lanhai clan. Of course, because he hadn't seen it with his own eyes and had only sensed the auras, it wasn't enough to be 100% proof. Without enough evidence, it was impossible to deal with the Lanhai clan. The rules of Mount Taihao didn't allow it. Moreover, Chernzong's personal strength was not enough to deal with the Lanhai clan. So what should he do? Borrow their strength. Chapter 28:37. Chernzong was used to acting alone, but that didn't mean he was inflexible. When one couldn't solve a problem on their own, they had to borrow power. The Tianguang Peak Lord was one such example, and so was the first Grand Elder. In the end, it was because one's own strength wasn't enough. If he had the strength of a saint, he wouldn't need to borrow power. He could just go to Gulan Peak with his sword and suppress the Lanhai clan. He would know if they were the ones who did it. Of course, if he had the strength of a saint, then no matter how much the people of the Blue Ocean clan hated him, they wouldn't dare to do anything to him. A saint wasn't easy to deal with. If they didn't have a saint, then going against a saint was no different from digging their own grave. After listening to Chernzong's story, the first Grand Elder's expression turned cold. He didn't believe that the Lanhai clan of Gulan Peak would target Chernzong, but he didn't doubt Chernzong's words either. In addition, the Lanhai clan did have a motive to target Chernzong. However, the Inferno Demon Gate was also involved, which was unusual. One must know that the strongest enemies of all the Holy Lands in the universe were the Infernal Order and the Inferno Demon Gate. As for the God Worship sect, it was hard to tell whether they were friend or foe. If the Lanhai clan really colluded with the Inferno Demon Gate, then it was no small matter. It was a big matter, big enough to affect the life and death of Taihao Mountain. If the Lanhai clan had really colluded with the Inferno Demon Gate, and the Lanhai clan had suddenly betrayed them when the Inferno Demon Gate launched a large-scale invasion, then sabotaged them from the inside, it was very likely that this would lead to the collapse of Mount Taihao and the destruction of Mount Luofu and Myriad Net Valley. This matter is between the 3 of us. Don't mention it again. The first Grand Elder said in a low voice, I will investigate it myself. His tone was solemn, but it was also filled with shocking killing intent. If he really found traces of the Lanhai clan colluding with the Inferno Demon Gate, then they couldn't blame him for being ruthless and eliminating the Lanhai clan. Colluding with foreign enemies was a big taboo in any power. Chernzong and the Tianguang Peak Lord nodded. This was not a small matter. If it was leaked out, it would inevitably alert the enemy. At that time, it would be even more difficult to investigate the truth. The best way was to act as if nothing had happened and let down the Lanhai clan's vigilance. That way, it would be easier for them to give themselves away and seize the evidence. After the Tianguang Peak Lord left and returned to Tianguang Peak, Chernzong didn't go to the chaotic territory again. Now that he was even more powerful, if he unleashed his power in the anarchic lands, he could easily shatter space. That would be a threat to him. Not every time he fell into a spatial crack, he would be so lucky to survive. If he did it again, he might just die in there. Add to that the fact that the Inferno Fiend General had appeared in the anarchic lands, and it seemed to have become even more chaotic. After thinking about it, Chernzong decided to put aside the mission of cleaning up the anarchic lands for the time being. If there was a suitable opportunity in the future, he would complete it. As for now, first, he had to restore the life force of the mysterious seed. Second, he had to improve his own strength to the limit of the 5th state. When the time came, he might be able to break through to the sixth state. Only when he reached the sixth state could he be considered a strong man in the universe. As for the Divine King list, Chernzong was currently ranked 1000. However, Chernzong didn't want to challenge the first place of the Divine King list right now. He planned to wait until the end. When he planned to break through to the sixth state, he would challenge the first place of the Divine King list. As for whether he had the confidence to do so, it was needless to say. Chernzong of course had a lot of confidence. There was still some time before the chief elder returned with Nianxin. Then, he would take advantage of this opportunity to enter the mysterious territory of fierce demons again. He would hunt down the fierce demons and devour their spiritual souls and life force to restore the life force consumed by the mysterious seed. The mysterious territory of fierce demons had a rule that only cultivators of the fourth and fifth states could enter. Those above the fifth state couldn't enter. Even if the Lan Hai clan really wanted to deal with him, they would at most send out a fifth state strongman. Then, among the fifth states, who would be a match for him? One must know that his current strength had surpassed the fifth state and reached the sixth state. His strength was so strong that he could compete with a sixth state strongman. If he used his trump card, he could even kill a sixth state strongman. With such strength, even other strong fifth states wouldn't be a match for him. At most, they would be on par with him. Those people were too rare. Chernzong didn't believe that the Lan Hai clan had them. Even if there really was a fifth state strongman, Chernzong didn't think that he could kill him. This was confidence, great confidence in his own strength. Since that was the case, what was there to be afraid of? Without hesitation, Chernzong immediately entered the mysterious territory of fierce demons and began to hunt the fierce demons. In the mysterious territory of Taihao Mountain, the fierce demons of the universe were of the third, fourth, and fifth states. As for the fierce demons of the sixth state, they didn't exist. Chernzong could hunt to his heart's content without any danger. Slaughter. When I hold a sword in my hand, I can move unhindered in all directions, looking disdainfully at the four extremes. The life force consumed by the mysterious seed was slowly replenishing. It didn't look so sickly anymore. It recovered some vitality, but it was still not enough. The fierce demons in the mysterious territory of fierce demons suffered directly. Chernzong's strength was extremely powerful. Even a fifth-level ultimate form ferocious demon couldn't withstand a casual swing of Chernzong's sword. He slaughtered them like he was cutting grass. His speed was terrifyingly fast, and his efficiency was shocking to the extreme. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. For 3 consecutive years, Chernzong came out once to see if the first elder and Nianxin had arrived. Then, he entered the mysterious territory of fierce demons again to hunt. Over the past 3 years, Chernzong had killed an uncountable number of ferocious demons. In fact, during that time, Chernzong had accidentally entered the mezzanine and slaughtered tens of thousands of ferocious demons. Later on, it became very difficult for Chernzong to hunt down ferocious demons. After all, the fierce demons were not inexhaustible. Moreover, they were not that stupid. It should be known that Chernzong had continuously slaughtered fierce demons in the universe. The number of fierce demons was at least more than 100,000. The fierce evil spirit was extremely shocking. Moreover, it was all the evil spirit produced by slaughtering fierce demons. The fierce demons in the universe could feel it from afar. The fierce demons of the universe were known to be fierce and cruel. They were a kind of terrifying existence that wouldn't rest until they were dead. But in fact, they were also afraid when too many of them were killed. Any intelligent creature would have an instinct for fear. The only difference was the strength of that instinct. When facing a ruthless person like Chernzong, who had slaughtered countless vicious demons and accumulated an extremely terrifying baleful aura, even the most vicious of the universe's vicious demons would not be able to be fierce. Instead, they would be terrified and flee. As for the Lan Hai clan, they didn't take any action. Either they really didn't attack Chenzong, and the aura that Chenzong sensed before was just a disguise to frame the Lanhai clan. The other possibility was that they didn't dare to take action for the time being, because they didn't have enough confidence to kill Chenzong in the fierce demon secret territory. They also didn't dare to send people, for fear that they would give themselves away and be tracked down. Chenzong felt that it was a pity that the Lanhai clan didn't take action, but he didn't do anything. 3 years had passed, plus the time when he came back from a mission in the Chaos Territory. 4 years had passed. Under normal circumstances, the first elder should have come back. Stepping out of the fierce demon secret territory, he saluted the stone lion guarding the fierce demon secret territory and turned into a sword light and left. What an amazing evil spirit! The stone lion narrowed his eyes, staring in the direction that Chenzong left. He was shocked. Such a horrible evil spirit was almost tangible. How many fierce demons of the universe had he killed? It was unimaginable. He was like an unparalleled killing star. If such a person went on the deviant path, he would become a very horrible guy. Returning to Tianguang Peak, the first elder hadn't returned yet. Chenzong cultivated quietly while waiting. The 3 years of killing in the fierce demon secret territory had completely recovered the life force consumed by the mysterious seed, and it had also increased a lot. In addition, the black mark had also swallowed the spiritual souls of many fierce demons. Many little drops make an ocean, and it had also increased a lot. Chenzong's energy, qi, and spirit were the most direct, which had increased a lot. However, Chenzong also felt that if he continued to swallow the spiritual souls of the 4th and 5th realms, his energy, qi, and spirit could no longer be improved. At most, it could only help him recover what he had consumed. It couldn't be helped. Now, Chenzong's energy, qi, and spirit were powerful enough to surpass the ordinary 6th realm, and could even be compared to the top 6th realm. The powerful energy, qi, and spirit had further increased Chenzong's combat power to the limit. His cultivation had already reached the limit of the 5th realm, and there was no more room for improvement. All 5 of his great Tao had also been increased to the limit. At this time, he could actually break through to the 6th realm, but Chenzong didn't plan to do so. Although breaking through to the 6th realm could make his strength stronger, Chenzong felt that he hadn't really reached the limit yet. What had reached the limit was only his cultivation and great Tao. His sword work, unique skills, and other aspects could still be improved. Only when everything had reached the limit would it be time for him to break through to the 6th realm. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. The investigation of the Gulan Peaks Lanhai clan hadn't found anything. Of course, even if they found something, they wouldn't tell Chenzong. That was no longer a level that Chenzong could interfere with. Chenzong suddenly felt uneasy, as if something bad was going to happen. An indescribable pressure filled his heart, as if dark clouds were pressing down on him. It disturbed Chenzong's emotions, and made it difficult for Chenzong to concentrate on cultivation for a while. Could something have happened to Nianxin? Chenzong couldn't help but frown and then shook his head. It shouldn't be. The Great Elder is a top Great Emperor level cultivator. He should be able to bring Nianxin here. He tried hard to calm his emotions. Another few months passed, and the Tianguang Peak Lord suddenly sent a message, asking Chenzong to go over. The uneasiness in his heart immediately emerged once again, and became even more intense. At the Tianguang Peak Lord's place, Chenzong saw the Great Elder. The Great Elder's face was pale and gray, and his aura was weak. However, he didn't see the figure that he yearned for day and night. Where was she? Where was she? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.